Hey guys, my name is Jennifer and I am Jenofeve Designs. Today I am finally launching my latest printable mini album template, and it is all based around a glassine bag. So this is the new template. This is what the covers, the title sheets look like, and it's literally just called the Printable Glassine Bag Mini Album. So it's a full set of templates based around a glassine bag. Now, if you are a scrapbooker or a mini album maker, or if you do traveler's notebooks, or if you do bullet journaling, all of that, you know what a glassine bag is because you use them all the time. Like, this is a smaller bag than what this template is based on, but this is a glassine bag, and they're crinkly, and you can stain them, you can coffee stain them, you can put dye on them, you can ink them, all of that jazz. I think they're made for actually real purposes, or for like food things, like to store food in or to put food in. I don't know. I didn't actually look at, I guess I could look at, let me look up glassine bag. Yeah, so the glassine bags are really normally used for like food storage, like to put cookies in or to put food products in. It's like food safe things. But anyway, so us as scrapbookers, mini album makers, travelers notebooks, art journalers, all of that, we use these kind of things all the time. So I wanted an album based on this because I use these in my albums all the time. So here is what I come up with. I did a coffee staining type technique, and I made a printable glassine bag. So this is the actual size of the page. So when you print off the glassine bag, it looks like this. Okay, it's really cool. It's really simple to make. This album goes together so fast, and it can be made in so many different ways. I didn't make it overly complicated, but it's still one of the coolest albums and one of the easiest albums I've ever made. One of the quickest, easiest, prettiest, simple, useful, functional, whatever positive adjective you can come up with. That's what I feel about this printable template. So I did a few things a little bit different this time. Every purchase you make of this template, you're going to get 3 free bonuses from me. One is your usual guidebook, which I did a little different. I was listening to you guys and I tried something different, so you're going to have to give me some feedback. So you get the guidebook, and then 2, which is usual, you get a full set of the plain templates. Those are a free bonus from me along with the guidebook. And the plain templates just have the brown distressed edges around them. I'll show you. When I turn the camera around, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So you also choose which background design that you want. I'm not sure what's all going to be available yet, but whichever background design you choose, you're also going to get that background design, a full set of templates with that background design on them, and a full set of templates with the coffee stained background design. And that is the same thing that is on the printable glassine bag. Now, the reason I did that is because it is super close to the vintage background design that I released when I released the Wanderlust, which it's beautiful too, but it's different. The color is a little bit different, the tone's a little bit different, but I wanted it to match. I wanted you to have a full set of templates that matched this exact coloring and this exact pattern. So no matter what background design you choose with this glassine bag mini album printable template, you also get a full set of the templates that have the coffee stain on them. Okay, so you get the guide, you get the plain templates, you get your background design choice, whatever that is, and whatever you choose, you know, it's up to you. You get that whole set, and then you also get a whole set of templates that have the coffee stained background design on them. I wanted you to have a whole set of templates that matched the actual glassine bag. So you get 3 total full sets of this template with each purchase, is what I'm trying to say. With each purchase of the glassine bag mini album template. So I'm gonna have to get some feedback from you guys. I felt like that the coffee stained background design was too similar to the vintage background design. They're different. They're slightly different. They have a little bit different coloring, a little bit different, you know, design in it. but they were too similar to release it just on its own, the coffee stained background just on its own. So that's why I decided to just go ahead and add it as a free bonus into the templates, because I wanted to have that option to match my Glassine bag. So I felt like maybe you guys wanted that option as well. So you'll have to give me feedback. Like I said, you'll have to give me some feedback. You have to give me feedback on the guidebook, and you're going to have to give me feedback on the coffee stained background design, because maybe you guys want it as a background design on its own, and maybe you want it to see it on other templates or on the Wonderlust or wherever. You're just going to have to let me know. But when I turn the camera around, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. But I am super excited about this template. This is printing off a little bit darker than it should, and that's because my printer is running out of one of the inks, so I think it's overcompensating for that ink. So it's coming out. I ordered it, but it was too late. I didn't even realize it. So even when I printed off my guidebook and my, what do I call this? My intro book? My spec book? My spec book. Everything printed off a little bit darker. You would think it would be a little bit lighter, but I guess the color that I'm missing, it's compensating for that and making everything look a little darker. But anyway, I'm super excited. It's not a huge template. There's only 22 pages. And it comes with mats, so you can mat your pages or not. You can print them directly onto your pattern paper, or you can print the background design that you choose onto a more of a solid pattern paper or a solid cardstock. You can do it either way, and we will eventually do those, all of those different ways. There is a couple sheets of embellishment type things, so there's some Instat pictures, and there are some mini Glassine bags in there. But I'll get into all of that when I flip the camera around and show you the templates. But this is the first album. Actually, there's one before this that was kind of the prototype. I didn't have Christmas paper at the time. I didn't know I was going to make a Christmas album with this template when I first mocked up this set of templates many months ago. So the first one I made, the first prototype, it's not a Christmas album. I think it just says love on the cover. I should have grabbed, let me grab it. Yeah, so here is the first, this was the first mock-up. Look, the pages aren't even attached into the book. But this was what I was trying to, when I was fiddling around, which is what I do. I fiddle around with stuff. I just keep playing with it. I don't move. I just keep playing with the different things that I want to include in the template and keep working with them to see if that's what I want, if it feels right for that set of templates. So you saw the Santa Baby album, and then this, if you're on my Facebook group, you may have seen a picture of this little guy here. This was something I've been working on since I started to complete the templates. So I thought it would be fun to do an acetate cover. This is not done at all, not even halfway done. But I just wanted you to see that the Glassine bag pages. Can you see that? So there is the Glassine bag put together, right? And it's actually like a Glassine bag, except it's paper. So this one, this one is just using the Glassine bag as pages, and then, you know, adding other elements to it. And then this one is using, there's the coffee stained. Is this the Glassine bag? No. So here's an example of the mat that I was talking about. So there's a pocket, and then, I don't know what this is. And then I matted it. So here's another example. Here is one of the pocket flip outs, right? So it goes like this, and, oops. I'm trying to move the wrong thing. And like that, right? So here I am. So in this one, I am using the mats. So you can do a combination of both. So, you know, there's the coffee stained Glassine bag look, and then I matted some of it. Does that make sense? So you can do a little bit of both. And then again, I'm not even finished. So like, there's a pocket right there. Let's see, did I do anything else? There's a pocket back here, right there, and then this one, again, a combination of both. There's one of the envelopes, so I matted part of it, but then the rest of it is the Glassine bag. coffee stained, not the glassine bag, I need to quit saying that, the coffee stained background design. So that's that, you know, you could do a combination of both or one or the other. So that's what I like about providing templates with mats, because you can do both. You can do one, you can do the other, you can, you know, you can make it your own, basically. So the other thing that I want to get some feedback from you guys on is how I did the guidebook. So I listened to you guys, many suggestions, and I don't know if this is something I can do every template. I can't go back, or I won't go back, or let's see, I'm not going to go back and redo all the other guidebooks this way, but you know, when I can, I might do it going forward. So I'm just going to need some feedback from you guys and to see what you think, really. So I've already made my workbook. Here's my workbook. I did not make it on camera, but I made my workbook the exact same way. I made the Wanderlust the exact same way. I made the Remnants, the Everlasting, all of those. I will link that down below. I will link that playlist of how I make my different types of workbooks if you would like to check it out. But it's the same thing, so I didn't feel the need to be repetitive. And that also too, linked down below, will be my new templates. I'm super excited about them. Those will be linked down below as well. Okay, so I've already made my guidebook, and I want you to, I bet you can know, I bet you'll know as soon as I turn it around and show you, I bet you'll figure out exactly what I did different. So, can you see? Okay. I decided this time, you guys, to go ahead and put the information on the templates and that be the guidebook. So I tried to put the important information on the templates themselves, not the ones that you're going to print out and use, but the ones that you're going to use in your workbook. Okay guys, enough rambling. I'm going to flip the camera around and I'm going to show you all the cool things that are in this template, and I'm going to talk about the different changes that I made in the guidebook and how I did the workbook a little bit different, and I'll also flip through some of these prototypes that I made. Okay guys, I have both my books here. I have my workbook that I use when I am making my albums, and then I also have my little spec book. So we'll talk about the workbook here in a minute, but again, I will link down below. I didn't make this one on camera, but I did make this one the exact same way that I made. When was the last one I made on camera? Oh, I don't remember the last one I made on camera. But it's the same way I made the Wanderlust workbook. It's the same way I made the Remnants, Lovely Layers, and the Everlasting. I think it might have been the Everlasting. I don't know. Anyway, I will link that down below. So I made this the same way. I did make a few little I did make a few little changes in this one, but I'll talk about that here in just a minute. But first we're going to look at my spec book. So I'm so excited about this. All right, so right now it's only available in one background design, and it is not a new background design. It is the script background design. I felt that this background lent itself perfectly to the style of mini album. So that is the only background design that it is currently available in. And let me hold it up to the camera. See, can you see it? So this is the Etsy listing photos. So you'll have this will be the first one that you see. So there'll be this one. So with this purchase, you'll get a full set of the script background designs. You will get a full set of the plain ones, which are just the templates with distressed edges all the way around. And you will also get a full set of the coffee stained background design on the templates. So again, you guys, don't forget to let me know what you think about this. Give me your thoughts. It is so super close to the vintage, so I wasn't sure if I wanted it to be a background design on its own, but I was certainly sure that I needed it with this template. I wanted it on these templates because I wanted it to match the Glassine bag as well, but you'll have to let me know if I should use it on other templates, like the Wanderlust, for example. Should I put this coffee stained background onto the Wanderlust? I don't know. You'll have to let me know. Let me show you the difference between the vintage and coffee stained. It's so weird. I'm sitting in a chair because I sit in a chair to film my face, so it's very awkward to film this angle and me sitting down. So if you hear my chair squeaking, I'm sorry, but I don't usually sit. So anyway, So let me show you the difference. So this is one of the pages in the new template, right? So this is the coffee stained background. You can't really, I'm not sure how much detail you're gonna be able to see. I can only see like a glare. And then there's the vintage background design. So you see there's not that much of a difference between the two, but their coloring slightly different, and then obviously the designs from the coffee staining is a little bit different. So anyway, so that's the difference. So you guys are just gonna have to let me know your thoughts on that. So when you purchase this, no matter what background design you end up purchasing, when you purchase this template, you will get a set of the coffee stained regardless. So it's just kind of like another free bonus from me to you, because I felt like you needed to have every single one of these templates with the coffee stain on it as well. So you get all 3 sets of templates. So you get the plain, the coffee stained, and the script. And then you also get the guidebook as a bonus, and we'll talk about that in just a minute, all the different little things I did with the guidebook. I hope you guys like it. Again, you're gonna have to let me know. Okay, so I wanted to show you, this is printed, this is one of the templates, this is an envelope, this is the coffee stain printed onto a white cardstock, right? And then here's what it looks printed in grayscale. So if you don't have a color copier, or if the paper collection that you're using this with lends itself to this color scheme, then you can print it in grayscale. So that's on white cardstock in grayscale. And then this is, why do I have this in here? Oh. I know why, right? So there's the coffee stained. And then this is what it looks like with just the distress edges. So this is what a plain template looks like. And then that's what that looks like in a grayscale. This is all on 110-pound white cardstock. So here is the script background on that same template in the original brownish color. And then there it is printed in grayscale. So it looks nice both ways. And I'm telling you, the script background just lends itself so nicely to this set of templates. I also wanted to show you, here it is printed onto patterned paper. That is the script background, and it looks really nice. And then there is the coffee stained. It's going to be hard to tell. But that's the coffee stained backgrounds printed onto the pattern paper as well. So you can do that and you still have that pattern paper underneath. You can still see like there's polka dots under here. I don't know, it just looks really nice. It just adds another dimension to your pattern papers, a little bit more extra something something. And then here it is printed on, this is the coffee stained, and it's printed onto vellum. So I wanted you guys to see how nicely it prints on all these different types of papers that you may use. That's just a white sheet. And then here it is printed on transparency, right? So it prints off really nicely onto a transparency. And then here is the plain template printed onto some actual coffee stained paper, which I think is a really cool idea, to print your templates onto coffee stained paper. And then here it is printed onto an old book page. So I don't know, as long as your paper is big enough to go through your printer, you can print right on it, as long as it's not too fragile. This one's a little bit thicker. You know, I did have to cut this down to actually fit into my printer. So, and here it is printed onto black cardstock. This is the brown. There you go, you can see it. The brown printed onto black cardstock, and then here it is printed in grayscale on the black cardstock. So don't forget that you can print on black as well. It's a little bit harder to do, but it can be done. So normally right here I would have all the different background choices that you would vote on, but we're going to wait on that until we get done with the Wanderlust. So we'll do that at another date, but eventually there'll be 8 different background designs here for you to choose from, and we'll release those a couple every month. The rest of these pages are the guidebook. So I'm really excited. You guys are going to have to let me know what you think about this, okay? I'm not sure. I'm not going to go back and do it to other templates, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do it with future templates. It depends on the template, but it worked for this one, so you're just going to have to let me know. You get a important info sheet in there, and then these are the templates, right? Okay, so the guidebook is the templates themselves plus all the information you need. So like right here it says mini album covers. Mats for mini album covers are on page 2M. So the page numbers are up in the top right, and if there is an M following that number, that means it's a matte page, which means it's supposed to mat another page. So let me show you in my workbook really quick. So this is the same page. This is page 1, right? So I printed it off, I laminated it, and I made a pocket. And on here, right, so this is the same page. So what I did was I printed off some of them onto white cardstock because this is the cover template. And it says on there, traceable template, right? So I cut out a traceable template for my covers. And then the mat for this is on the next page, which is 2M. So this is the mat, and this is what it looks like, right? So the mats actually have the coffee stained on them in the guidebook. And it also says on here, mats for mini album covers on page 1. So this is a traceable and or printable template. The mats are traceable or printable either way. So I printed this onto cardstock as well, I cut it out, and then I just took my tape runner, my ATG gun, put it on the back of there, and then unstuck it. No, not unstuck it. And then de-sticked it, took some of the sticky off and placed it on top of there. And so then there's the spine, the same thing. The spine is meant to be a traceable template. So I have a spine piece that's traceable here, and then I have the mat for that on top of that. And then this piece down here, this is the outside spine. It's like a wrap. So the spine piece itself will go here. So what you would do is you would trace this onto whatever paper you're using, whatever cardstock, and then you would take your spine piece that you cut out of like chipboard or recycled material or what have you, and you would place that there, and then the covers, one cover place here, one cover place here, and then you flip that over. Okay, but we'll talk more about that when I start making the albums with you guys. But that's just one way to make the covers. The first album that we're going to make, which is this one here, we're using corrugated cardboard. So we're not doing any of the wrapping at all. Place that back where it belongs. So that is page 1. And then page 2 is the mats. So you could print this off, not this exact page, because the actual templates don't have any wording on it. So this is just the guidebook. I hope I'm making sense. Instead of it being just a list of different information, I put the information directly onto the template for the guide. Now, your actual templates that you're going to print off and use do not have that information. Let me show you. They look like this. They don't have anything on them, okay? They don't have any wording on them. There's no page numbers or anything. They look just like this. Or they could be plain without any background design or a descript or whatever. Okay, so there is a 2M. So again, if it has an M next to the number, that means it's meant to be a mat. Again, you can trace it or print it, either one. And then there's the binding strips. Okay, so these are just like the Stack the Deck from Laura Dennison. I will link her video below. She is the person who I learned how to do that type of binding method from. She's brilliant. She's back on YouTube. You guys need to watch her. But I will link that specific video below. So this is a 4-page mini album. So we're only using like 2 layers. So in the guide, there's 4 sets of them in the printable template itself. But in the guide, I show you point to arrows where you score and all of that jazz and what goes on what. I even have on the tabs, it even says tabs on there so that there was no confusion. So there's the binding pieces. And then here is the glassine bag, the printable glassine bag. So in the guide, it has all this information on it. But when you actually print the template out itself, it looks like that. So there's no information on the template. This is just in the guide. So this is actually a page. So it's meant to look like a glassine bag. You put it together just like a glassine bag is put together. And it is meant to be a page. This one does not have any mats at all. This one just looks like this. So let me flip to one that's plain. So this is what it looks like when it's put together and in the mini album. Okay? No mats at all. So then I made another base page. I'm calling this main base page style A. And this is shaped just like a glassine bag. You don't put it together exactly the same. It's a little bit simpler, but this has all the information on how to use this page, all the different things you need to do, right? And so this one has mats that are on the next page, which is 6M. So these are the mats for this page. So this looks just like the glassine bag, except slightly different. Does that make sense? I hope I'm making sense. So this is style A, and then there's the mats. And this is style B. This is this can be attached actually to this part of style A, or you could have this as a page on its own. Again, there are 2 on here, and there's tabs all the way around, so you choose what you cut off. We'll go over that more when we're making the album. Let me see if I can show you what one of the things you can do with that. Like here, I just made a little pocket on this side, so I took it's shaped over here, so I took that and made that into a little pocket right there. So I attached that to the page. So you can do that, or you can have it as the whole page itself. And then the mats for this one is on the very next page, which is 8M. And then this is the main base page style C. Well, this one is more what you're used to seeing. It's like a normal rectangular style page. And where did I make one of those at? Is it in here? Oh, here's one right here. So this is an insert right there. But that is this page right here. It's just a main normal style rectangular type page, and this is actually printed just in plain, but that's what these are. And then there's a couple belly bands. Let me put that back in there. Trying to show you what everything looks like as we flip through here. So remember, the templates that you print out don't have all this wording on there. This is just in the guidebook, so you'll get a separate PDF just for the guidebook. So you'll end up with 4 different PDFs. You'll get a PDF for the guidebook, PDF for the plain templates, a PDF for the coffee stain templates, and a PDF for the script templates, or whichever background design you purchase. So then the mats for this are on the next page, so 10M, so you can either print them or trace them, either one. And then the next page, this is more of a pockets, flip outs, flaps, same thing where it's got tabs all the way around, so you can make it a pocket, you can make it a short pocket, you can make it a pocket this way, you can even make it a whole page if you want to, whatever you want, a flip up pocket, whatever you want to do. So I added these just for the interaction. Did I use, let me see, I don't know if I used it in this one. Doesn't look like it. Did I use it in this one? I did use it in this one. It's right here. So this is one of those pages right there. This is the coffee stain. So I just used that as a full pocket. So that's the full size of that is what this is right here. And then there's a couple more belly bands and these really fun tickets. Those would be cute for inserts and things. And then there's the mats for that page. And then this page, this is an insert. So what I did, when I added all of the information on the templates, if the template is meant to be this way, then the wording is this way. If the template is meant to be this way, then the wording is this way. Does that make sense? I hope it's making sense. So this is an insert. I just literally had one of those out. Let me see if I've got one in here. I do. So this is this template right here. So it's a tag pocket insert. So these are a lot of fun, or you could just use this part right here as the insert itself. And then it also says on here some possible inserts for that pocket. And then this is a little mini envelope. Where do I have the little mini envelope? And it ends up, when you put it together, it looks like that. So that's this right here. And it has its own little insert that goes inside there. And I will tell you, like, for example, on this insert here, the side pocket insert, it just says tag pocket insert here. You'll notice that I have a whole reinforcement here on the side, but it's not on the template. And I did that on purpose. You guys asked me, I don't know if it was last template or the template before, to not have that whole reinforcement on there so that you could place it where you want it, or you could put your own thing on there or not use it at all. So I listened. So when we go to be working in our workbook, we're just going to have to start marking our templates where they need to be marked. So this is an example of not using the mat. This is printed directly onto pattern paper. This page here is printed directly onto this pattern paper and then put together, or you could print it on white cardstock and mat it, either one. So the mats for this are on page 14M, and did I don't know if I did. Oh, yeah, I did. So here is another one of those, and I kind of did a combination. I printed the the coffee stain on to, this is, I think it's just paper. Yeah. This is 32-pound thicker, like laser paper type paper. It's just thicker paper. It's really nice. And then I matted the inside. So again, a combination of printing directly onto the paper and then matting some parts of it. So this is this mat right there. And again, I had to measure for my hole there and all of that. So let me stick that back in there. And then the mats for the little mini envelope. I don't think I made one of those. And then these are possible inserts for different pockets. Like, for example, in this album, this is that insert right there. Again, you'll notice that there's no hole reinforcement. So in my workbook, I'm going to start marking where I should be punching holes if I'm going to use that. So there's that one. And then there's this one right here, right? And then there's this one right there. So there's just different size tags. And then that tag is right here. Oh, see, there's another one of those little smaller pockets. I didn't even pay attention. Not that one. This little pocket right here is page 11, that pocket right there. And then you also, we'll talk about this when we start making the book too, but when you do certain things, you can leave little tuck spots open for different little tag embellishments. And then that is a little mini pocket. Where did I do that one at? Got it somewhere. That little mini pocket. Oh, there it is right there. So I printed this directly onto a paper. This is just paper. I printed the coffee stained. So that's the little mini pocket right there. So this little mini pocket goes on to both of these tags. Okay, so then there's the mats for those. And that's page 16M. And then here's that envelope, the big envelope. And it could be a side pocket insert. It could be an insert for any one of the pockets that you make. So here it is, right here, printed onto white paper, the coffee stained. And then I matted the little flap. So there's one. Do I have another one in here? Oh, I think I might have one in the Christmas album. Yeah, here's one right here. So this one's printed directly onto the patterned paper. So there's one. And then some more tickets. And then there's the mats for that. And then here is some more inserts. So here is the insert for this envelope. So it says, directly on this template, it says, mats are on page 18M, insert is on page 19. So that is this. So that's that insert. And then here's some more of those tags. There's the insert for the little mini envelope, and then another little mini pocket for the tags. And then this one is a mini page pocket flip out flap thingy. And that one is right here. There's one right there. So you can make it into a pocket. Where is, I think I've made it into a page. There's another pocket. So here, and here's another pocket. So here I am using it as flip outs. Oh, that's a flip, not a pocket. But it is a pocket flip out. So making it into like a flip out pocket page. This is magnetized. And these tags are from the earlier page, so they fit nicely into there. So that can be a pocket, it can be a little mini page, it can be anything you want, a flip out pocket, any of that. And then the mats for that are on 20M. And then here is some little mini glassine bags. And let me show you in my workbook what I did. Only one of these has the information on it. I didn't feel like all 4 of them need it because, you know, you want to print one out and have it like as a sample. Oh, did I glue this one shut? Isn't that cute? I mean, it's just so cute. You know what'll fit inside of there is, let me find them, is the little tags will fit inside just like that, right? So that's cute. And then another thing that'll fit inside of them are these little Instat printable photo thingies. They'll fit inside this little mini glassine bag as well. I just think they're cute. I mean, wouldn't that be cute? Like on a cover with flowers and such around it and little tags sticking out. It'd be perfect. So I already made one up. The one with the information on it, it says possible inserts are tags 4 and 5 on pages 15 and 19, and the in-stack photo embellishments on page 22. That's the information that is on the guide. So those are a lot of fun. And these would be great for like gift cards too, little gift tags. Oh, I didn't even try. Let me see if I can find a gift card. So I've got this gift card here, and it looks like it fits perfectly inside there. Yep. So it's a perfect size for a little gift card if you want to give a gift card as a gift. I just think they're cute. Of course, I love mini things as well. And then the last thing in the template is the Instacked photos. These are just fun little embellishments. So the reason there are 2 with information on them is because I wanted to have the main part of it as a traceable template if I wanted to trace this out onto pattern paper. And then I wanted to have the inside, so if I wanted to trace this onto a photo, then I could put this on there just like that, and it looks like a real Instack photo. Yeah. So I've got that here in my workbook as well, and it has the page number on there. And then that is it. So that's what comes in the guide. So it's the actual templates with all the information on there. So let's talk about the workbook that I made. So I printed everything off. I think I printed onto cardstock this time. And what I did was I printed onto white cardstock, and then before I laminated it, I put a piece of transparency between the laminating sheet and the piece of cardstock. So that way I have got me a pocket that I can see through. So if, for example, if I had a bunch of mats that I didn't use, or I thought I was going to use, or I cut one out and I only used one, or I only used part of one, I can just stick that here in this pocket. So I double-sided, I printed my templates front and back. So page number 1 is like the main base, and then the mat for that is on the back side. Now there's not a pocket on the back side of this one, right? So it's just on the front side. So any mats that I have left over, I'm going to stick here. So that's one of the things that I did different. What else did I do? This one's a pocket, and then, whoops, on the back side of that is a glassine bag. Did I have a pocket here? Yes. So what I did when I had a pocket on both front and back, I just put a piece of transparency between each layer. So between each layer of, what's this called? Laminating pockets. Because the laminating pouches versus the transparency, expensive wise, the laminating pouches cost more. I've seen people do it where they use the laminating pocket inside a laminating pocket to make it a pocket. Does that make sense? I'm saying laminating pocket too many times. But there's the glassine bag, and then like here's page number 5, which is the main base page, style A, right? And then on the back side is the mats, but there's only a pocket on the front side. So the mats are here. Again, main base page, style B. The mat for that is on the back side of there, right? So you're kind of getting the point. And I only did a double pocket on a few, and I'm trying to remember which ones those were. I already showed you that one. And aren't these tickets just super cute? If I can get it off of here. Isn't that cute? And they make like the perfect embellishment. So there's the mats on there. So there's the ticket. So cute, right? Okay, so I think what else did I do different? This one has a double pocket because, again, everything was printed double-sided. So I wanted to make sure I had a pocket to house all the extra Instax photos and to hold Glassine bags that I print off. And I think that was the only thing I did differently with this template workbook. I think that was the only thing I did. I printed everything double-sided, and I used the transparency sheet between the printed paper and the laminating sheet to make a pocket. And I think that was the only thing I did different. So I want to make sure that you completely understand that you get 4 PDFs. You get a PDF with the guide in it, and that consists of all of these templates with the wording on there. You get a PDF with the plain templates with no wording, and it's just got the distressed edges. You get a set of the coffee stained background design templates. You get a full set of that, and that's in a separate PDF. And then you also get a separate PDF of whatever background design you choose. Right now it's only available in the one, but it depends on when you're watching this. It might be, all of them might be out by then. So you get 4 PDFs, so just let me know what you guys think, you guys. I really want to know if you like this style. This did take me a little bit longer to do this type of guidebook. And again, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this type of guidebook for every template that I come out with from here on out. I'm not going to go backwards and do templates from before this way, but you guys asked me to do it this way. So I thought I'd give it a try. You guys asked me to do it, now I thought I'd give it a try, and you're going to have to let me know what you think. Okay, so because this is a new set of templates, I do have a coupon code for you guys. It's good for 25% off of everything in my shop. All the information will be down below. Depending on when you watch this is only good for 2 days. That will be the day this is launched and the next day. All of that information is down in the description box below. If it's a month from now, that coupon code will not be good anymore. But there's a link down there that will take you straight to my Etsy shop. And it will automatically deduct that 25% off of a $10 minimum purchase. So again, it's good for everything in my shop, including these new templates. I am super excited about this. So we're going to be getting started on this ASAP, and the first one we're going to be making is this one. You do not need the Santa Baby paper to make this album. It doesn't even have to be a Christmas album. You can make it with any of your favorite pattern paper or any of your favorite Christmas paper or whatever, what have you. This is a super easy album to make. This is probably the simplest way to make this album, the way we're going to make this album, but we're going to get started on this ASAP. So what do you think? Do you guys like it? Do you love it? Do you love it as much as I do? Oh my gosh, once you guys start working with it, you're gonna love it. I mean, it's so easy and it's so simple. You can make one of these quick. Once you guys start working with this, I'm telling you, it's so easy and it's so fast. You can make the covers and add the pages in on one day, one sitting. Then you can go through and make your embellishments, your tags, your inserts, all of that. You can do all of that in another day and you're going to be done. This album is so awesome. This is going to be great for gifts. It's going to be great for birthdays, weddings, all of that. This would be a great last minute gift to make as well. And there's nothing better than getting a handmade gift for your birthday, for Christmas, for your anniversary. And these are so easy, so fast. You guys are going to love them. I would love to hear your thoughts down below. Don't forget, there is a coupon code down in the description box below. You just hit that link and it will take you directly to my Etsy shop. It will automatically take off the percentage for you with a $10 minimum purchase. All of that information is down below in the description box. It's only good for today and tomorrow. Those dates are down there below as well. And I hope you guys loved this as much as I have been loving working with this. And I cannot wait to see what you guys do with it. Okay guys, I hope you guys love it as much as I do. I had a great time making this printable template. I had a great time making my prototypes, all of it. It was just so much fun. The videos for this printable will be rolling out shortly. And if you don't want to miss those, go ahead and hit my subscribe. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button. I think it's going to be here. It might be here. I don't know. Go ahead and hit that button and ring the bell so that you'll be notified when I upload a video. And I will see you guys next time. Bye. Today we're going to make the workbook for the Printable Glassine Bag Mini Album template. I wasn't going to make this, but my mom asked me to make hers for her. I wasn't going to show you guys how to make it because it's kind of the same, or well, there's a few little tweaks, but it's mostly the same as the Everlasting workbook, which there is a playlist down below of all the different workbooks that I've made. But since my mom wanted me to make hers for her, I thought, well, I'll go ahead and record it because I'm going to be doing it anyway. So, first I want to say, well, let me show you. This is the album that we made so far with the Glassine Bag Printable Mini Album. So, it kind of looks like that, right? Isn't it sweet? Okay, first I just want to say there are many different ways to make a workbook. You don't even have to make a workbook. But this has become my favorite way of making the workbook. So it's a laminated workbook, and it's got the traceable templates in there. Plus, if there's a mat, which this template has mats, the mats are on top. It just makes it easier to work. And then there is also, or faster even, to work, to make your albums. Then there is also pockets so that you can store extra stuff that you don't use when you're creating your albums. So this is my favorite way to make a workbook. You can also just use sheet protectors and a binder and just put your pages in there and your leftover bits and your traceable templates and all of that. You can do all of that just with a regular sheet protectors and binders, or you can just put them in a folder. It doesn't matter. Whatever works best for you. Now, granted, this way probably is the most expensive way to make a workbook, but if you're going to be making more than one workbook, I think it's worth the investment. I've made, I don't know how many now, a lot, and I'm using a second-hand laminator that my husband brought home from work. It's kind of broken, so they got a new one at his work, so he brought it home to me, so I use that. And then you buy packages of the laminating sheets or laminating pouches, and you know, you can buy packs of 100 or so, and that'll make you a couple different workbooks. So the Bind It All, you know, I use the Bind It All the time. I will have a list down below, an Amazon list just for this, everything that you would need to make the workbooks. So if you guys want to make this workbook, I'm going to tell you exactly what you're going to need and the exact way that I made this workbook. Because remember, I told you I did a few things a little bit different this time. So I'm going to go through, I'm going to show you everything that I printed out, and then we're going to go from there. So I'm going to set this one aside for now. So the first thing I did for this workbook is I printed onto 110-pound white cardstock. Now, you don't have to do that. You could use regular paper if you want. I just think it makes a sturdier workbook when you use cardstock, or use whatever cardstock you have. You don't have to use 110 pound. You can use 65 pound. Just whatever you have in that case, you use that. So the first thing I did was I printed the guidebook. So this is the first time I have printed a guide or made a guidebook where I actually put the information on a set of templates. Okay, so I printed the guidebook out front and back. So I told my printer, I opened that PDF and I told it to print on both sides. So depending on your printer, it printed off one side, and then I had to physically take that paper out and put it back into the tray, and then it printed off the other side. So that's how my printer works. So you need to find out how yours works if you want to do it this way. So I printed it off on front and back, right? So what happened with this particular workbook is the main base printed off on one side, and then the mats for that printed off on the back side. So I did that. I printed off the entire guidebook, front and back, right? So there, I don't know how many pages it ended up being. How many pages are there? There are 22 pages, so 22, 23, 24. So I think there ended up being just 12 pages altogether. And then the very last page, I printed the title page front and back, because I like my back page to have also have what type of album that guidebook is. So I printed that off front and back for the last page. So that's one set of prints, right, that I printed off. And then I printed another set minus the first 2 pages. Like the first 2 pages are the title page and then information. So I didn't print that page off, but these are not printed double-sided either. But these are the ones that I'm going to cut out, and like this is going to be my traceable template. And then here is the mat that's going to go on top of my traceable template, right? So I went through and I printed these onto 110-pound cardstock with the exception of a few pages. So page number 3, let me see if I can get it out here. Page number 3 is actually the binding piece. So I'm not going to print one off to trace. So I didn't print this page off. So I didn't print page number 3, which was the binding strip. But then on page number 4, I printed it off onto just 32-pound paper. So it's a little bit better quality copy paper. So I printed page 4 and page 21 onto 32-pound copy paper because that is the way that I like to use the Glassine bags. So these are the Glassine bags that the whole template is based around. And I just like the feel of it, and I'm just going to go ahead and like assemble, like I'm going to assemble this one and I'm going to assemble this one, and I'm going to have it stuck to my workbook so that way if I wanted to use this bag in a different project, I can just take it out and kind of use it, you know, as a visual of where it would fit, or this one as well. So these were both printed onto just 32-pound paper, but then the rest of these were all printed onto thick cardstock, 110-pound cardstock. So I went through and I printed off everything with the exception of these 2 onto paper and the binding strip page. I didn't print the binding strip, and I didn't print this page again. So all of these are all printed out, and eventually they'll be cut out. And my printer, I just replaced one of the toners in my printer. And let me show you the difference between when you're missing a color. I was missing yellow, and so it was compensating. So this is when I was missing yellow, and then this is when I replaced the toner. So this is actually the right color that the Glassine bag is supposed to be. So this is the color when my printer's compensating for me being low on a toner. So this is much prettier than this, just saying, my opinion. But anyway, so my printer, it was brand new, and I should have printed some other things off first because it kind of did a little mess up with some of the ink, but that's okay. It's just a workbook. It's not, you know, I guess it is a gift from my mom, but it's just a workbook. So I'm not too worried about it. But anyway, so you can see I printed everything off onto cardstock. With the exception of page 4 and 21. Okay, so that is all you need to print out. So I'm going to set these aside because I'm going to have to trim all this stuff out. So I'm going to move it to the side for now. Okay, I've grabbed my laminator. Ooh, it's pretty hot. And this is going to be really hard to show you guys because there's not much space. But the next 2 things I'm going to use are, these are the laminating pouches. These are the brand that I happen to find. These are 3 mil. So I'm going to be using these. And then I'm also going to be using this transparency film. It's acetate. It says it's not used, you should not use it in laser and inkjet printers, but I'm just going to tell you that I do. I don't know, it seems to be fine. I don't know why not. But we're not going to be printing on this. We are going to be using these to form pockets, and I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a minute. Now, if you don't have transparencies, but you have vellum, you could use vellum as well as a replacement. And the vellum, I'm not even sure if the price is that much different. When you, like, there's 100 sheets here, and I don't remember how much this was. The vellum might be a little bit cheaper, either way. So you do whatever you have, you use whatever you have. So I'm going to go ahead and grab some of these out of the box here. And then I'm going to grab some of these pouches, these laminating pouches. So again, this is going to be hard for me to show you. Let me move the laminator over to the side. So for the first page, so for the title page, right? We're just gonna stick this in the pouch, but we're gonna be binding this. So I'm gonna stick this all the way, wait a minute, how do I wanna do this? There's a glare. I'm gonna stick this to the right side, and I'm gonna try to center it from top to bottom. Well, maybe not. I am gonna be trimming this down. So actually I'm gonna push it all the way to the top here, and I'm gonna go almost all the way to the right side, and I'm gonna leave this here because this is where the binding is gonna go. Right, so there's that one ready to go, and I'll end up trimming off this bottom. I couldn't think of what it was that I was gonna do, or how I did it. I couldn't remember. All right, so there's one. Matter of fact, let's just go ahead and run this one through so it doesn't get messed up. So with my laminator, it's broken, so I'm gonna have to hold this button down, but it doesn't take that long. But this is already heated up, completely hot. You need to do that first. You need to make sure your laminator is super hot, and I think these are relatively inexpensive. Oh, I've got it on the wrong setting. I had it on 5 mil instead of 3 mil. Alright, so mine got a little crinkly at the top here, so I'm going to run it through again. So there's the title page. Alright, so there's the back. So this is one of the reasons why we printed back to front to back, what have you. So then, let me move this. Again, there's just not much space to show you what we're doing here. So I'm going to set that up there. Okay, so then the next one, again, this laminating sheet. Okay, so now this time I'm going to, which I should have done it that way to begin with. We're going to put the bottom of the page at the folded part of the pouch. Right, and then we're also going to take one of those transparencies and we're going to lay that on top of that page, just like that. And then, we're going to stick this page in, go all the way to the bottom, and scoot it over. Whoops. This can be tricky because of static, but I'm going to try to open this up a little bit more. So go all the way to the bottom and then scoot it over just maybe 1/8 of an inch from the edge. And so this way, this will be on the right side of the page, and then the binding will be over here on the left. So then I'm going to scoot this machine back over. Obviously, you guys probably wouldn't have to do this if you weren't recording. You wouldn't have to move stuff around. And then I'm going to run that through. Right? So then we have that. Now I'm going to, before I do anything else, I'm not going to show you the next step. I'm going to go through, oh actually I am going to show you something else. So you want to do all of the pages this way with the exception of a couple. So this was page 1 and page 2. So page 3 and 4 are a little bit different. Right, so page 3 and page 4, we're going to make a pocket on both sides. So on this page, there's going to be a pocket here because we're going to trim off the top, but there's not going to be a pocket back here. Okay, so it's just going to have one pocket in the front. But this page doesn't have mats, so I'm going to do a pocket for the extra binding strips, and then I'm going to do a pocket for if on this one, you don't have to do this one, but because I mean, if you print it out, you're probably going to use it. But what if you print out a couple and you don't use them all? You can stick them in here. So we're going to do a pocket on both front and back. Now, so that means we're going to put a piece of that transparency on the front of it and a piece on the back of it. So on both sides of this piece of cardstock is a transparency. So again, I'm going to put the bottom of the page up next to the fold in the folder here, and got to be careful on this one because there's 3 layers, and then I'm just going to come about 1/8 of an inch away from this edge. And I probably got it really good that time. Did I get it? Did I? Almost. Right? So now there's 3 layers there. So then I'm going to run that through the machine. Again, if I wasn't recording, I wouldn't be doing a whole lot of this moving around business. But I'm trying to show you guys. And since there's 3 layers, you might need to run that one through another time, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, my laminator is not... It's either my laminator or these laminating pouches. I don't know which. I think it's my laminator. That's okay. Alright, I'm going to flip it over this way, and I am going to run it through one more time. Okay. So, that page, I'm going to put that, I'm going to add this to the pile. Now, the only other page that you need to do the double transparency is page 2122. So let's just go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and put a transparency on the front, transparency on the back. And we'll just go ahead and do this one, because the rest of them you just need 1 transparency. So I'm going to run this one through the machine, probably twice. Okay, so again, this was the only other page that you need 2 transparencies, one on the front, one on the back. I'm going to go ahead and just add this to the pile. I'll have to put it in the right order at another time. So now I'm going to go through and do all of these pages, and I'm going to put a transparency on the front side of the page and then run it through my laminator. So I'm going to do the rest of the pages. Right, butt it up to the bottom. Whoops. It does make it a little hard. I'm not gonna lie to you. The transparency wants to slip and slide everywhere. And that's okay. You just gotta fiddle with it a little bit. So I'm going to go through and do all the rest of them. The back page, the back, you do not need to put a transparency in there. You can just send it through the laminator. No big deal. Alright, I'm going to do that, and then I will be back. I'm going to do all these pages, and then I'll be back. Okay, I have everything laminated. I'm going to move this sheet, 21 and 22, into the back here, because that's where it belongs. So I have everything laminated, good to go, and I'm going to get my paper trimmer out. This is a Fiskars Rotary Precision. Whoa. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. So I'm not going to start with the cover piece. I'm actually going to start with one of the pages. So this is page number 1, and in order to turn it into a pocket, I'm going to put it in my paper trimmer, and I'm going to trim it at, let's see, 11 1/8, I guess. Because what I want to do is I want to have them all the same height. So I'm going to trim it at 11 1/8. And then, so I trimmed that little piece off there, right? Can you see that? So then I have a pocket. So now, because I put that transparency in there, I now have a pocket to place extra stuff in. So I'm going to go through and do every single page like that. Line it up to 11 1/8. And it might cut some of your paper. There's one pocket, and then this is the one that has two. Oops. That looks very cloudy there, doesn't it? I wonder why. That's interesting. Oh, I bet the ink from the print from this page got stuck a little bit. I don't know. That's interesting. Anyway, so you just go through and just trim all of them up to the same height. And each time you do, you want to check to make sure that you're cutting through to make the pocket. And if not, then you just trim another little smidge off. Not a big deal. Like, see this one. Oh, nope. See, I got it. Okay. I was going to say that one didn't, but... Alright, and let's see. Oh, here's the back cover. So this one is, I'm not going to open it up. I don't want a pocket or anything. So I'm just going to, I think I'm going to trim it at 11 1/4. Trim it at 11 1/4. Yep, so that's the back cover. And so I'm going to do the same thing for the front cover. Except actually... did that one different than the rest of them, but that's okay. So I'm going to just line it up to 11 1/4. So that way both the front and back covers are the exact same, are the exact same height. There's the back cover there. I'm going to flip this whole pile over, and then there's the front cover. Right? So that is all there is to that. So then what I want to get out now is the binding machine. Now, if you don't have a binding machine, why is that a different color? My printer's printing so odd. Maybe I'm almost out of another color. I don't know. I need to double check. This is a Zutter Bind It All. But if you don't have one of these, you could totally, if you laminated them, or even if you're using sheet protectors, you could just use binder rings. You could just punch 3 holes in the laminated sheet and put it in a binder, or just have it just like this with your binder rings. Because that's actually what I do when I'm creating a new template. I actually use sheet protectors and binder rings, and I use that so that it's easy to move in and out and move things around and all of that jazz. It's not permanent, I guess. But this is more of a permanent, you know, waterproof solution to Workbook, because Workbooks get a lot of use if you make more than one of the album. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Bind It All. I'm going to take my front and back cover, since those are the same. And I'm going to start with, I'm going to line up, there's this little knot right here. I'll try to bring that clip right there. I'm going to line the actual cardstock paper up to that little notch there. Not the laminate sheet, but just the cardstock. And then I'm going to push. So I have those holes, right? So now I'm going to flip it over this way. So now the holes are on the right. And I'm going to punch all the way down. This is really hard to do and film at the same time. Ooh, I need to clean out the reservoir. It's not punching, you know, where it holds the bits that you punch through. I think I need to clean mine out. anyways, we'll just keep going. So when you get down to the bottom, see how it's hanging on to, well, you might not be able to see that, but it is, a little bit. I'm just going to take my scissors and trim that off. Alright, so when you get down to this part, you want to make sure that your holes don't extend past the cardstock. So you just kind of want to eyeball it. And again, matching that cardstock up with this little indentation right there, and you just really can't go wrong, right? So the hole doesn't go past the laminate sheet, right? So there's the front and back covers, both cut at the same time. So then for all the rest of the sheets, I'm actually gonna flip them over to where they're upside down here, and I'm gonna do maybe 3 at a time, and I'm gonna line up that cardstock with that indentation there, and I'm going to push, then I'm going to flip it around and work my way down the sheets here. Whoa. Alright, so see this one, it'll stop just at the right spot, right? Okay, so that's since I'm working backwards. So I'm going to go ahead and do all the rest of these. I'm going to do 3 at a time. It won't take no time at all. And then I'll be right back. Okay, so now I've got everything punched, ready to get bound. There we go. I have gone through and I've checked, front cover and make sure everything is in order. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and the back cover. Now, normally, I would wait to bind this until I have all of my traceable templates inside the workbook, because that way you can really adjust for the height. But since I've already made one, I know which binding I can use for the amount that I need. Does that make sense? So for this particular template, I'm only going to use a 1/2 inch. I'm going to use a 1/2 inch wire. These are Zutter, and these are antique brass. This is just what I have. I'm just going to use the 1/2 inch wire to bind this up. But if you were doing a different size template, go ahead, put all your traceable templates inside, and then take a ruler and measure how tall it is. Maybe kind of squish it a little bit and measure it, and then pick your binding wires based on that. Alright, so I'm just going to grab one of these out of here, and I'm going to count my holes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And I believe there's 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. There's 24, so I'm going to cut 2 of them off. Just got some wire snipper thingies. So this is what I mean by amount. So there's each one of these is what I'm counting. The little skinny bits right here. Well, my camera will tell you what it's like. No. So these 2 little skinny bits is what I'm counting as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to cut 2 of those off, but I'm going to cut it over here in the large part, right? So I'm just going to snip that off. So this is how much I snipped off. Whoa. That's it. That's what I snipped off. So now, before we put it in the binding machine, what I want you to do is I want you to take that back cover and I want you to flip it around onto the front cover. Okay, so again, so this is the back cover, and then it would be like this, right? So take the back cover, flip it out, and then flip it on top, okay? So now I'm going to take this binding strip, and I'm just going to, whoops, and I'm going to feed the pages onto the binding strip. And did I get them all? Well, almost got them all. So I'm going in from the top of my pile and adding all the pages that way. So then we have something that looks like this. So this is the back page, this is the front page, right? So the back page should be on top. Okay, so now I'm going to bring my binding machine over here, and I'm going to make sure that it's set on a 1/2 inch down here at the bottom. And when I set my wires down in here, I'm going to do it at like 6 at a time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at a time. And I'm going to back up the whole set. This is what works best for me. It may not work for you, but this is what I like to do. I'm going to back up the whole set of wires to this back, what is this called? This back, plate. I'm going to set that up against there, and then, oops, now see, if I wasn't filming, I could get my head over top and this wouldn't be so awkward. I'm going to make sure they're flat to the base here, and then I'm gently going to squeeze, just like that. Right? So I'm actually moving the little skinny parts, the little skinny thingies. I'm moving those. I'm squeezing those versus squeezing the bigger part. So then when I squeeze it together, see how perfect that is? Perfect. Now, when you use bigger wires, that doesn't always work. You have to do some adjusting. But anyway, so with this 1/2 inch, it's really nice. So lay it down in there flat. Gently squeeze it closed, scoot it down, lay it in there flat, gently close, scoot it down. Oops, I need to be more careful. Gently close. So all of these have closed perfectly. Perfectly. I hope you can see. Okay? You probably can't, but that's okay. So again, here's my back cover. I'm going to take it and I'm going to flip it over and flip it around. So now we've got a book. So the back cover's now on the back, and this is the front cover. So it's all nice and bound together. Right? Easy. Okay, so the next step, I'm going to move this out of the way. The bound book. The next step is to take your other set that you printed out, and we're going to trim these out. So, for example, for this page, I'm going to trim all 3 of these out. I'm going to leave this whole piece together, right? And I'm going to trim them out, and I'm going to be super, super careful, right? Okay, so for this page, like this is the matte page for this. There are 2 cover mats on this page. You don't need both of these for your traceable templates. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut these 2 very carefully out so that I could put them in the workbook. And then I'm not going to use this piece right here. You could, if you wanted to, if you didn't want to throw it away, you could use the inside here for something else, which is actually really a good idea. So go through and cut everything out. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through and I'm going to cut everything out as precisely as I can get it, and then I will come back and I will show you, for example, like when we're just going to need one of these. So we'll go through and we'll add every single item to the workbook together. But I'm going to go through and trim everything out like that, and then I will be back. Okay, I've got everything trimmed out, so I thought we would just go page by page and add it into the completed workbook here. Well, not completed, but the already bound workbook. So, move some things out of the way. Alright, so page 1 is pretty simple, but we do need to do something to this piece right here. That is the outside spine wrap. I'm just going to get my scoreboard out and EK Tools scoreboard and my stylus, and I'm going to go ahead and score all of these lines, because when you use this as a traceable template, you want to be able to fold these pieces out of the way. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Alright, so let's go ahead and prep all those score marks. And then, tell you what, my printer just printed kind of weird this last time, but that's okay. It's a workbook. Okay, so we're starting by prepping all of those. Actually, I'm going to burnish them pretty good so that they fold really nicely. So when you lay this down on a piece of paper and you go to trace around it, and then you're like, okay, I need to trace this, you just flip it back on itself. So the only place you would want to put some adhesive would be right in this middle part, which takes me to, this is the adhesive that I use for my workbooks. I use the Scotch Advanced Tape Glider, the ATG gun, and I also use cheap tape, not the Scotch brand tape, because it's super permanent. I just use this cheap tape, and it comes like this, and I'll put a link down below. It is from tapedepot.com. This, I learned about this tape from Lindsay, the Frugal Crafter, so I've been using it ever since because it's just tacky enough to hold my templates to the workbook, and it's cheap enough that if I need to reapply, it's not that big a deal. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'm just going to run right in the middle. I'm just going to run a strip of tape there, and then I am going to take it and de-stick it on my arm a little bit. Try not to get my sweater. So de-stick it on my arm a little bit, and then I'm just going to stick it there, just like that. So now that is ready to go. And then here is the spine piece. Same with that. I'm just going to de-stick it. The glare, I'm having a hard time seeing because of all the lights. And then there is the cover piece. So I'm just one little strip. I hope y'all can see that. Just one little strip of tape. You don't need to cover the whole thing. Now I've seen other people do it other ways, so you do it however you want to do it. This is just the way I do it. Okay, so then page 2, which is this page right here, is the mats for these. So I've already got these cut out. Let me scooch everything over here. So here's the mat for the spine. I'm going to go ahead, put I'm going to keep saying that, I know. I'll put a strip of tape there, de-stick it just a little bit, and I'm going to stick it on this spine piece right here. You could if you wanted to, and it's totally up to you. You could come to this page, actual page number 2, and stick it on top of there. But I just think this makes it way easier and more convenient to stick it on top of the piece that you're actually going to be matting, I guess. So when I take this out and I trace out my spine, I'll have my mat for it right there. And this mat also mats. It's the same thing, really. I guess actually, I wonder if it should be put out here like this, because this will be the outside wrap. Here, let's put it on there. We'll just put it there. And then here is the cover mat. So I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of tape on the back of there, de-stick it just a little, and then stick it on top of there. So page number 2 comes with 2 cover mats, so that if you were printing this page off, using like pattern paper, you're printing it onto pattern paper, then you would have both the front and the back mats. So I'm going to go ahead and keep it for now. I might remove some of this excess paper because as a backup. So I'm just going to stick it in this pocket. So if I mess that mat up, I've got another one, so I don't have to print out a whole nother set of those. And then next page, page number 3. I didn't print this out. There are 4 sets of binding strips on this page, and I don't really trace out my binding strips, so you can, if you want to, just print out a page, cut it out and score it. But again, I don't usually trace out my binding pieces. Alright, so then here, page number 4, I printed off page number 4 onto a 32-pound paper. So I'm just going to go ahead and put it together. I'm not even scoring it, I'm just folding it. It's super simple. And then I'm going to fold this bottom piece up. So the reason I wanted to go ahead and have one of these is if I wanted to use this in a different project. I could take this off of here and I could take it to another project and I could say, well, what if I fold it in half? Will it work in here? Or what, you know what I mean? So you can, it's just nice to have for reference if you want to use it in other projects. So I'm going to go ahead and put this together. Having issues talking today. This is just art glitter glue, AGG. This is not for glitter. It's not just for glitter. I'm sure that might have been the original intent or something, but it's just white glue. It's just really nice white glue. And again, I didn't think I'd like it as much as I do. So, yeah. Okay. It tacks pretty fast, and I like that. What do we got going on here? Right, so on the back side of here, oops, sorry, bumped you. On the back side of here, once again, I'm going to go ahead. You don't have to put a bit of tape on the back, and I'm just going to stick it here. I could just put it in the pocket. Did I have a pocket? Yeah, I could have just stuffed it in the pocket, and it'd have been the same thing. But, anyways, okay. So then I wanted to show you page number 5. You can. I'm gonna give this to my mom to give her the option, but you can cut this out and score it and use it as a traceable template. But since it's a full page, I tend to print those out just directly onto the paper, whether it be white cardstock or pattern paper or what have you. So I'm gonna skip this one. So I'll give her the choice. If she wants to cut it out, she certainly can. But I did cut out the mats for this. And so these are the mats. These are 6M. So there's the mats. So I did cut these out. And again, same thing. I'm going to put some tape on the back side. Even this teeny tiny little piece right here that mats the small flap. Well, so I'm just going to lay it right over top like that. I'm going to go ahead and put tape on both of these pieces. And that goes right there. And then this goes right here. Oh, I did want to point that out to you guys. I was asked about this, if I did it wrong, if something was wrong. The mat is the opposite. But when you fold this together, this piece is going to be facing the other way. So this is like a page, right? So when you fold this all together, when you fold the page this way, the mat will be facing this way. So when you print, if you was to print it out onto pattern paper, the direction would be correct. So don't be discouraged by the fact that this looks kind of strange, because I planned it that way. Okay, page number 7. All right, so what I did for this one is I cut this out because this can be used as a traceable template. So if you wanted to use this page, so you get 2, which you could totally just make 1 page just using these 2. You just cut the tabs off of one all the way around and leave the tabs on the other, which way you're making your page or your pocket or what have you. Or you can take this and just trace this piece out and use both of these with their tabs. Does that make sense? So I'm going to put one in here just in case I need it, because I tear this one up. So I'm going to go ahead and put one of them in there. And I also wanted to point out to you that you can see I cut all the tabs off. You don't have to. You could leave all the tabs on, score them, and then that way if you wanted to just trace one out with whatever tabs you wanted, you could totally do that too. But you can also do it both ways. You can do it this way where you just got the base of it, and then you can do one where you have all the tabs attached. Either way. Okay, and then the next page, 8M, which is this page back here, I have the mats for that. So I fully cut out one of the mats. And I'm going to stick it on top of there. And then here is the other mat. I'm just going to stick it in there so if I have a backup, if I mess that mat up, I'm just going to stick it in the pocket here. Just like that. Alright, moving on. Page number, page number 9. Same thing. There are 2 sets, so I'm not going to cut out one set, but I did cut out the other, so I'm going to stick one set of them in the pocket, just in case I need it. And then here is the belly band and the main base page. Again, same thing, you could cut it out with all the tabs on there and score that, and then use that as your traceable template if need be. Or do like I did and cut all the tabs off. Or you could do like, do one where you cut all the tabs off and one set where you leave all the tabs on. Again, I'll let my mom decide if she wants to do that or not. And then on page 10M is the mats. So once again, I've got 2 sets. I'm going to go ahead and put one set of the mats in the pocket. And then I'm going to attach the other set to the main base. So there's the belly band mat. Well, and then there's the mat for the main base. Alright, next page, page 11. I have, again, 2 sets of these, so I only fully cut out one set. Uh-oh, where'd the belly band go? There it is. So I've cut one set out, and, uh-oh, I guess I've got them mixed up somehow. And I only cut one of these tickets out, so I've got an extra set that I'm going to stick in here, and extra tickets that I'm going to stick in there. And so I'm going to stick that ticket right there. This is page 11, so I'm going to put the belly band right there. And I'm going to stick that right there. So then page 12M are the mats for that. And for some reason I cut them both out. I wonder why I did that. I don't know. But we only need one set. So we'll put all of these mats in the pocket. Okay, so this goes there, and this goes there. And the ticket mat goes up there. Okay. Page 13. I Okay, so I did cut these out. So if you wanted to, why did I cut these specifically? I think I cut, why did I cut this? Oh, I know why. Sometimes, you guys. So this is an insert, right? So if you wanted to, instead of having the insert pocket, you can have just this big, large tag-shaped insert. So I did go ahead and trim this out. I wasn't going to trim this out, but I decided to go ahead and do it just in case. I don't know what you would use it for. I guess you could use it for, you know, another, like you could do a pocket. You could just have to add your tabs if you wanted to, but that kind of defeats the point where you could just print out the whole thing. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead, I guess, and attach both of these on here. Even though I don't think that, I mean, she might trace out the whole tag pocket thing, but okay. And then here is this other part of page 13. Again, I did not cut that out because, you know, normally you would just print this out. So I guess you could, but I'm going to leave that up to her. If she wants to make that a traceable template, she totally can. And then I have the mats for page 13. So I'm just going to go ahead and add these. On top of there. I'm just using the inside of my hand this time instead of my arm. I don't know. And then these are the envelope mats. I'm going to go ahead and add tape to all three of these. And add them down here. Just like that. My camera almost fell. Okay, so I'm moving on. Let's do page 15. And let's see, what all do we have? Page 15. I think here we go. I have cut everything out. Oh, I do need to, this little mini pocket down here, I am going to go ahead and score this, because this actually fits on both of these, but there's only one on the page. So if you wanted a little mini pocket for each one, you would need two. So I'm going to go ahead and score these tabs. And I'm going to go ahead and flip these over one way, and then I'm going to flip it over the other way. Like that. And I'm going to burnish it so that it's nice and crisp. Okay. So now I can just take this and take it to a piece of paper, and then I can trace all the way around it and flip my little tabs up and trace, so on and so forth. So let's add a little bit of, woo, sorry about that, a little bit of tape, attach that down. I'm going to go ahead. These are good to have as a base traceable template, because you might just want a quick little tag and you don't want to print off the whole thing. You just grab this, trace it out onto your paper, your pattern paper, whatever it is you're using, and easy peasy. And then here, this is the one that is a lot like, or shaped, or the same size as a shipping tag. So this one can be extremely useful, because I like using those shipping tags. I think they're really great size. So I wanted to add it into this template for that reason, so that way you didn't have to go buy a bunch of shipping tags. You can just make your own. And then these are inserts. Once again, you may want, you know, 5 of these inserts, but you don't want 5 of everything else. Do you know what I mean? So you can just trace them out and be done. Alright, so now I've got all the mats for that, which are on page 16M. So let's just start adding the mats. Right there like that. And right there like that. There's the little mini pocket mat. Cute little square. Right there. There's the mat for the shipping tag sized tag. You can also use that for the actual shipping tag if you have that size shipping tag anyways. You could actually mat a shipping tag with that. Alright. So you can see how convenient this makes your mini album making. It makes it much faster. So if you take the time, this one isn't as hard and as time consuming as some of the workbooks have been, but if you just take your time and do it, the part that you really need to slow down and take your time with is when you trim things out for the traceable template part. That way you don't have to worry about, oh, I got to compensate because I cut that crooked or what have you. So, alrighty. Okay, so this here, again, I'm going to leave this as is, and she can, if she wants to make this a traceable template, she can. But I'm just going to put it in here for her, because this would be something that I would just print out and use. But I did want to show you another way to do the tickets. So I'm going to grab the scoreboard again. And I'm going to score in between that. And I'm going to go ahead and burnish those score marks. Or score lines, not score marks. Right? So then I think if I fold it correctly and I'm careful, I can trim these corners out neatly. We'll see. There's the one, two. Probably didn't, but that's okay. Alright, let's see how I did. Oh, not too bad. I got a little carried away on this one. But anyway, now you've got a whole line of tickets if you wanted to make yourself like a strip of tickets. So, did I bump you again? I am going to go ahead and put a little bit of tape on each ticket just in case I end up ripping it off. But if you just wanted to do one, you could just lay one down and then trace it and then, you know, move it down and trace another one. You know what I mean? You don't have to have a whole strip of tickets, but I thought it might be kind of fun. And then here's the mats, which are on page 18M. So I've got all the mats for the envelope. And then here are the ticket mats, but I only cut one out. So I'm going to stick that. Oh, that's not the right mat for that. Some of them are different. Oh, well, maybe we're going to have to cut them all out. Well, alrighty. I guess I better. And I guess I better cut the other ones too. But I'll save that for another time. Yeah, because I didn't just make one ticket and, you know, copy it over and over and over again. I did make a set of 3 tickets. So it makes sense that they wouldn't be exact. Okay, so which one is this one supposed to go? Is this the middle and this the top? Or is this the middle? Maybe I just cut that one wrong, and this one's the top. Either way, they'll work. So if I wasn't recording just then, I would have taken a little bit more time cutting those little curves out. But Mom won't be mad. I hope not anyway. Alright, and here is the envelope. I'm just going to add some tape to them. Let's start at the top. So then this mat goes here. This mat goes here. And this mat goes there. Okay. Next page. Okay, here's another pocket multi-tag page. And for this one, like here's another, these two are duplicates of what's on the other page. And then this is also the little mini pocket, which is a duplicate from what's on the other page. So I just cut out that square instead of leaving all the tabs. And then there's an insert. And that's interesting. I can see some of the, it's almost like the thingy wasn't hot enough when I ran it through the laminator. It probably wasn't. Okay, so all of, and then this piece here, I just cut out the main base. So if you wanted to make a flip out pocket, you just print this out and then you trace another one out to attach it to. So I just did that. So I'm going to go ahead and attach these down. You didn't have to, if you didn't want to, redo those two, you know, cut those two out, or this little mini pocket, but I just figured it might be easier for Mom if I say on page 19. Excuse me, I just sneezed. I think it might be easier for her if I say, okay, I'm using the mini page on page 19, and also on that page is this tag, and blah, you know. So that's totally up to you whether you want to do that or not. I think I even did it in my own workbook. I'm pretty sure I did. Let me look. Oh. Page 19. Yeah, I went ahead and cut them out in my own. So. And stick that one down. And then the mats for all of those are right here. Again, I went ahead and cut out all the mats. Mat for the mini page, it goes right here. So if you just take the time to cut everything out all at once, then you can just go through and attach everything down, and it goes pretty quick. So the mats for these are the mats, and they're on page 20M, which is the next page, obviously. That's the way I set this one up, so the mats are directly the next page from the page that you're working on. So that's page 20M. Those are the mats. Page 21. This is one of the Glassine bags. Once again, I went ahead and saved these because they can be used. So I'm going to put them in the pocket here. I kind of want to do like a little punch right there. It's easier to get it open, but we'll see. So I'm going to go ahead and put this one together, and this one will be good for taking it out and placing it on different places. Hey, do I want this here? Do I want this here? How does this look here? You know, it has like a little tester. And close that up. Again, I'm going to go ahead and glue it together. I love this little tiny one. I think it is so cute. Of course, I love mini things anyway. Just cute. Right, and then I'm just going to put some tape on the back of that. And voila. Love it. Love that thing. Also, I don't know if does it say in here possible inserts or tags 4 and 5? Yeah, it does. Yep, tags 4 and 5. I didn't know if I put that on there. Or these instats, which is the next page. So then this very last page, again, I only put information on 2 of them. So if you print, your guidebook out, don't throw these out because these can be used. Yeah, I feel like my laminator wasn't hot enough because look, that's not even stuck down. But that's okay. Nothing we can do about it now. Okay, so those can be used at a later time, but then I trimmed one out, the whole thing, and then I trimmed the inside out so that this could be laid down on a photo or a piece of pattern paper, traced out and attached to that so it looks like an Instax photo. All right, and we're going to go ahead and put tape on those and just attach them down. You could, actually, literally put this on top there like that. You don't have to have it separated, right? And so that's it. Well, not yet. That's not it entirely. Okay, so the last thing I'm going to do is, I didn't do this for myself. I'm just doing it as I go, but I'm going to do it for my mom. I'm going to go through, and the ones that are meant to be like tags, I'm going to go ahead and measure, not this one, but I'm going to go ahead and measure the center and put a hole reinforcement and punch the hole. That way she can do that. I guess those can be. I'm thinking here, 'cause these are really meant to be pages. Well, all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a sheet of paper really quick. What's this? What is this? What's in here? I've got this sheet that I've been using. I'm going to move this out of the way. I'm just going to take some Avery permanent reinforcement labels, and they're white. And I'm going to do a couple, I think. And I'm going to take, what do I have here? Dusty Concord. Uh-oh, I need a thingy. Okay, sorry, I need to find one. I'm just going to take my Dusty Concord Distress ink and a blending tool, and I'm going to make hers purple. I think I used green as I've been going through mine, but that's what I was using to make the album that we were working on. I'm going to go ahead and do a couple. So I'm just going to color these purple. Takes no time. Okay. Back to the album. Or the workbook, not the album. Alright, so since I don't have a main base layer there, I'm just going to take this, the matte, I guess I'm going to have to scoot that out of the way, and use it solely. So I'm just going to find the center, and I'm going to mark it. And then I'm going to put a hole reinforcement over it, like that. And then I'm going to punch a hole. Like that. So now if she wanted to make that a actual tag shaped, she'll have it marked for her. She can just quickly take it and mark it. That way she doesn't have to measure every time. So then on page 7, I'm going to mark it as well. It's so hard to see. without getting right over top of it. It's hard to see, you know what I mean? So I'm literally eyeballing it, and we all know I'm not good at that. Okay. So then, put my hole reinforcement there, punch a hole. And if she doesn't like where the hole's punched, she does not have to use that. So, I guess I could have asked her, but I didn't. Alright, let's see. Moving on. This piece is tricky. Because, and I wasn't making sure my mats were on there correctly. Okay, let's, so it would be attached just like this. Okay. I'm going to mark it. Let me move this out of the way. I'm going to try to mark it. Okay. It's a little too deep. Okay. Alright, I'm going to mark there. So I just laid those two on top of each other. And I'm going to put my hole reinforcement there. Oh goodness. Punch a hole. Alright, so I've got that one. So I'm going to put that one back in the book. And then I'm going to go ahead and put a hole reinforcement on here. So if she just wanted to make her a large tag insert, she totally could. I had this a little crooked. That's okay. Right? So now she's got the hole prepared for that. Alright, and then these are tags. So before no, that one's on there pretty good. You just need to make sure your mat's on there pretty straight. I wasn't doing that. I did bad. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I hope I'm doing a good job of centering this since I can't get over top. It's really hard to see. I might mark a couple. Do it more assembly line-ish. Right, so you just go through and mark them all. That one's not in the center. And then this one kind of looks like mark it. Okay, this one should be the same as this one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna straighten this puppy back up. Punch a hole. Mark it that away. Okay, so you kind of get the point. I'm going to go through and do all the ones that need to be done, and then I'll come back and show you which ones I did. Okay, there really wasn't that many more, but I got them all done. So page 5, I did that one. Page 7, did that one. Page 13, I did the tag pocket insert. Page 15. You could do page 17 if you wanted to make that like a tag, tag top, flap, closure, whatever. Page 19, I did those tags. And that's it. So obviously, I didn't need both of these sheets, but that's okay. I've got them. If I need them, maybe I'll give her some. I'll just stick them in here somewhere. Ooh, wonder if they'll fit in the little mini. No. No, but that'd have been cute. Here, let's do this. Just because. We'll stick them in her little Glassine bag there. It'll be like a little surprise. But okay. Well, that is it, you guys. I don't think there's anything else to tell you. Everything is done. This is the album that we made at MadeCon in September in Tennessee. So I'm going to make this one first because it is a Christmas album and people do have these kits. And I'm going to be using a kit, but I'm also going to be telling you what you need to use if you don't have a kit. And I'm also going to be doing an alternative cover. So this is a corrugated cardboard cover. So I'm also going to do a regular chipboard cover. So if you didn't want to do the corrugated cardboard, but you still want to make this album, I'll show you a different cover just in case. So this is the actual kit that I provided at MadeCon. But anyway, so everything that's in this kit, I will be using. I will be making this exact album that we made at MadeCon. However, I'll be telling you the different pages and the different templates and all of that stuff, so you can make it right along with me if you don't have a kit. And I'll be giving you some alternatives as well. So today we're going to start on the covers. This is the super simple, easy mini album. So we're going to start on the covers. I'm going to show you how I made this type of cover, and then I'm going to also show you at the same time, I'm going to show you the same look but with just chipboard. Okay, so if you happen to have the kit, in your kit you already have a pre-cut, pre-scored album cover, and this is corrugated cardboard. So if you don't have a kit, I'm going to show you how you can make that same thing with whatever recycled corrugated cardboard that you have, and also with chipboard. So what you're going to need is the templates that are on page 1, the mini album covers template, the spine template, and the outside spine wrap. We're going to use this with the chipboard version. Anyway, so you're going to need the covers, which is page 1. And they're all meant to be like a traceable template. So again, if you have a kit, basically all this is the cover, the spine, and the cover. So it's one continuous piece. So when I marked it, I just scored it with my craft knife. So basically I took my ruler, and I took a craft knife, and I lined up where I marked it, and I just sliced through one layer, right? Because with corrugated cardboard, it's got a layer, and then there's the inside stuff, and then another layer. So you just want to cut through one layer. Do you see that? So it's stronger than you think it is, but we're going to reinforce it a little bit with some washi. But we're going to do that in a minute. My husband actually cut all these out for the kits. So basically you're just going to need to try to find you a piece of corrugated cardboard. Get your, you know, all of your Amazon boxes and all of that stuff out and find you a piece long enough to where you could have 2 covers and a spine. Okay, but if you didn't want to do the corrugated cardboard, you get yourself a piece of chipboard, whether it's recycled from the back of a art pad or from when you purchased like a collection, like a paper collection. Let me move the album out of the way. But this is medium weight or heavyweight chipboard. I'm not sure, but I'll have it linked in my list, my Amazon list for you guys if you want to check it out. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to trace this template. So on top of page number 1, that's page number 1, and it says on here traceable template. And then this is the mat for the cover. So this is page number 2. So I just placed this on top so I have it convenient there for me. You guys don't have to do it that way if you don't want to. And then I'm just going to go ahead and, whoops, I broke on my lid. I'm just going to trace this out with my pencil, and then I'm going to go ahead and take the spine piece. Again, same thing, the mat is on top of the traceable template. I'm going to lay that down right next to it, and I'm going to trace that out because we just need 1 spine piece. And then I'm going to move this down. We need 2, I need my glasses on. We need 2 chipboard covers. When I was making my workbook, when I was de-sticking the ATG tape, I had cuticle oil on my fingers, and I think I may have de-stuck things too much, if you know what I mean. Whoops. See, because this mat keeps wanting to come off. But that's okay. And then the other thing I need to trace is this piece here, which is the outside spine piece. So I'm going to use, this is a piece of craft cardstock, and it is the Recollections 65-pound craft cardstock. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this on here. This piece has already been scored. All these different lines have been scored. So I'm just going to lay it on here, and I'm going to trace out the outside. And then I'm going to trace this, fold it back and trace this line. And then I'm going to fold, oh, try not to move it. And I'm going to fold this piece back and trace this line. Like that. And then I'm going to fold this down, trace that, fold this up, trace that. So we're just going to go ahead and get both of these covers prepped so that we can do the same steps for each thing. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and trim this out with my paper trimmer. This is a Fiskars Precision paper trimmer. So there's that piece. You can cut chipboard with that paper trimmer, but I find it easier to do it this way. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this top part first. Get my ruler. This is a Score Pal craft mat. And I'm going to line up my ruler with my line that I made. My pencil line. And I'm going to cut through. I'm not pressing too hard. I'm just pressing just enough to slice through this chipboard. And if you do it like this and you go a few swipes, it makes a cleaner cut and it's not as hard on your hand either. So then I'm going to go ahead and cut this piece off. We're not using this piece at all. I've got cuticle oil on again right now, and it gets everywhere. I mean, I can't live without it, but it does kind of make a mess. I'm so excited to finally be starting on this album. This is such a fun album. It's so easy to do. I know I keep saying that, but you guys are going to see what I'm talking about here in just a minute, or in just a video or two, how easy this album comes together and how quickly it comes together. Okay, so now we've got our 2 covers and our spine piece. So the first thing I want to do is I want to take this spine piece and I'm going to put some score tape on it, or this happens to be scrapbook.com tape. So I'm going to add this to the spine. Oh, you know what else I need to do? I'll show you. Just a second. We need to cut one more piece of this. So I'm going to take this piece again, and I'm going to line it up here onto that craft cardstock, and I'm just going to trace the width of it out there. Get my paper trimmer back out. I forgot about this. I'm going to cut this down like that. And then I'm going to take the mat from my cover, and that's where I'm going to get the height that I need. This will go on the inside of the covers. So I'm just going to mark that and trim that up. Completely forgot about that piece. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the backing off of this tape, and then I'm going to attach it down to this outside spine wrap piece, just like this. So the lines are there just to help you, to guide you more than anything. So then I'm going to take my 2 cover pieces, and on these short end sides here, we're going to put a piece of score tape on both of them. Like that. And then on this piece here, we're going to put a piece of score tape in between this line and this line on either side of the spine piece. Look at these. Okay. So I'm going to take one of the backings off. Let me get my little garbage thingy there. Off of one of the covers and off of one side of that spine wrap thingy. And then I'm going to lay this on here, and I'm going to come about a very generous 1/8 of an inch away from the spine piece itself. So I'm going to leave a gap on one side, and then I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Flip it around, do the same thing. Very generous 1/8 of an inch. Lay it down. Flip it around, and I'm going to burnish that on there. Okay, so now I'm just going to kind of do a little bit. Oop, woo, I almost ripped into that sucker. I had the wrong one. I'm just going to kind of score on either side of these pieces of chipboard, and then I'm going to score down the edges. So this is obviously a landscape style album. Okay, so I'm going to just go ahead and prep that by flipping that over, like that. So now I'm going to add some score tape to the edges so this can wrap. Another thing that those markings do for you is they give you a bit of a guideline of where your tape needs to start and stop. so that you don't get adhesive down in these grooves here. So you want to put them along this edge and along this edge here. And you want to do the same thing to this bottom. Okay, so now I'm going to remove the backing of the tape here. And I'm just going to fold it over on itself like that. And then I'm going to do the same thing to the top. And fold this over just like that. And then I'm going to burnish this top and bottom edge just real quick. Give it a little test prep there. Okay, so then this piece, this extra piece that we cut, is going to go here to cover up the inside of the spine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my tape again. I'm going to go top and bottom, or I'm going all the way around the perimeter of this piece here. And then on this piece, I'm going to go along the edge right there next to that gap on the spine as well. And I'm also going to fill in just a little bit here. Well, not just a little bit. I'm going to put maybe 3 more pieces on the spine piece itself. And I'll burnish that down really good. Alright, so now I'm going to take the backing off of all this tape and I'm going to apply that piece. Oh, I did want to make mention that this template, I did design the pages to stick out a bit from this template. I'm not sure how well you can see. So if you don't like that, if you don't like it sticking out, then you may want to make your covers just a little bit longer than what I have in the template. But I wanted that look for this template, so that is something that's completely up to you. If you don't like that, then you just make your covers just a little bit longer. Alright, I'm going to burnish that down really good. Oh, and then, let's see if I can find my gaps here. I'm just going to take my bone folder and just kind of dent it just ever so slightly. And then gently, we're going to fold it. So now we have a set of chipboard covers. And then we also have the set of corrugated cardboard covers. So they're exactly the same, except one's corrugated cardboard and one is chipboard. I'm trying to look up into my camera monitor and fiddle with the covers at the same time. So they're exactly the same. So you can do yours whichever way you want to. Okay, so mostly for the corrugated cardboard one, let's see, do I want to do it now or do I want to wait? I want to do it now. I want to kind of reinforce this inside piece right here a little bit. So in the kit, there's all the, I'm going to go ahead and take some of this stuff out. In the kit, I provided some of the washi tape. So I'm going to show you guys what that looks like. I think it's in here. It is. So I put the washi tape on this acetate, this really thick acetate. I will have that linked in my Amazon list below, but I thought it would be cute. You don't have to do this, but I thought it'd be cute just to take some of these hole reinforcements. These are colored hole reinforcements, and make like a little tag. I don't know, I just thought it was super cute. Whoa, gotta press it down, Jen. Right, so you just put your hole reinforcement in the center there, and then you pop that center out with a little bit of elbow grease, and voila. Here, let's put one on the back. You have a cute little tag that you can put in your traveler's notebook, or you can put it in your mini album when you're working in it. Whatever floats your boat. But anyway, so I'm going to use this washi tape here. I'm going to use that to reinforce this area here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this pink and white stripe off of here. Well, I'm going to try to anyway. And I'm going to be attaching it down, but first I want to apply just a little bit of, this is art glitter glue, but use whatever white glue that you have, would probably be the best. And I'm just going to be real generous with it here, and I'm going to go right on that seam there. I'm going to smooth it out a little bit, and then I'm going to add the washi tape. Like that. Right, just like that. And then I'm going to do the same thing for this side. And I know some of you were thinking, that's not going to hold up, that's not going to work. Well, this other album, the one that actually traveled with me to Tennessee in my, it wasn't in my suitcase, so it was in like a box of supplies. So it traveled and made it through the class and all of that just fine. Okay, let me trim that off a little bit neater. Right. Let me show you what I mean. So you can see it right there. It's right there. So it's helping keeping that from tearing apart, and it's, since I glued it, and I'm also going to glue it one more time, I'm going to put some glue over top of this. Right, and I'm just going to kind of do kind of a circular motion, because I really want to make sure that it stays put. I need to get a new bottle. I have a new bottle, I just need to get it out. Or fill this one up, either one. I need to do one or the other. Right, so then it looks just like that. So let's do the same thing to this one. I'm not going to use my already pre-made card for that, because if you have the kit, you didn't get that much of it. So let me go ahead and put a line of glue here. I made up a ton of those kits, and it's hard to know, especially like with washi tape, it's hard to know how much to actually include, but it's pink and white washi tape, pink and white striped. And I did find some pink and white striped washi tape in other places. So I think that if you didn't get, this is from the Santa Baby collection, but if you didn't get the Santa Baby washi tape, you can find pink and white washi tape just about anywhere, really. I don't know, I think there's just something sweet about the striped pink and white washi tape. What do you think? Alright, so I'm going to trim these edges off. probably done a little bit better job. Alright, and once again, I'm going to put some glue over top and do the circular motion here. I want to make sure I get it. Okay. So I'm not going to be completing both of these albums with this during this video series because the only reason I'm doing it, I'm showing you the different covers, is because you may not want to use the corrugated cardboard, which is fine, but everything else will be the exact same. So I'm only going to make the covers with you guys with the 2 different ones, just so you can see that it doesn't have to be the corrugated cardboard. I know some of you don't like that look, so okay. So we're going to let this one dry while we work with this one. So with this one, we're going to come on the outside. So this is the inside of the cover, and this is the outside. So we're going to come and we're going to tear into this corrugated part. So we're going to like take a layer off. And you don't have to take the whole thing off. You can just take some of it off, like for it to be like a patchy kind of thing. Get in that one a little bit. Right, and so you just kind of want to do this. And this will just give you more of that shabby look, so that when we go to paint this, it has more interest, I guess, to it. So I'm even going to do that to the spine piece. Just going to get up under there. Use my fingernail, tear in there like that. So now we're going to need some more supplies. Let me grab them and then I'll be back. Okay, so I've got me like a craft mat underneath here, and I went and got my white acrylic gesso. This is the one that I have, and I've got a lid to a Pringles can, and I've also got a little foam brush. You could use a regular brush, you don't have to use a foam one. I just like them because they're disposable, and that's what was included in the kit. Okay, so I'm just going to put some gesso out onto my little recycled Pringles can lid, and I'm going to pull my sleeves out of the way so I don't get paint on them. If you don't have gesso, you could use some acrylic paint, some white acrylic paint. Maybe water it down just a little bit. But all we're going to do is we're going to go and add gesso to the edges of this shabby cover. And we're going to do that to the entire cover. And we're also going to do it to the inside. Even though we didn't do anything to the edges of the inside, we're going to go ahead and do this technique on the inside. Because they're going to get matted, so you don't have to do the entire surface, just the edges. Let's go like this. And the foam brush just makes it quick and easy. But again, you could use a paintbrush. So this was provided in the class kit for everybody that took my class at MadaCon. Oh, by the way, that reminds me, I wanted to mention as well, don't forget that if you took my class at MadaCon, you get 80% off of the templates. And that's only for the people who took my class at MadaCon. So you just need to contact me through Etsy, through your Etsy purchase receipt. If you already purchased the Glassine bag templates, you just need to go ahead and contact me, and I will refund your percentage for the class. All right, so we're going to do the same thing on this side. And now remember, again, this is going to be matted, so I don't want you to freak out about it looking kind of weird. I'm going to kind of like get that off of my washi just a little. I want my washi still to be seen. I don't want to cover it up entirely. And I am kind of rushing for video's sake, so if you want to be a little bit neater about it, I'm going to lightly brush it over the washi, but then I'm going to grab a baby wipe. Oh, this is a not very wet baby wipe. This is kind of a dry baby wipe, so I'm just going to add some water to it. And I'm just going to kind of do this motion here on the spine because I want it to have a little bit of that white look to it, but I don't want it to be covered up. Okay, so now I'm going to set this one aside, and I'm going to do the exact same thing to this one. Okay, so now they're both gessoed up and ready to go. So that is all I'm going to show you with the one with the chipboard, because everything from here on out is the exact same. I just wanted you to know that you could make the same cover just with chipboard and not corrugated cardboard if that's what you wanted. So I am going to set this one aside, and we're not going to finish the cover today, but we are going to finish. We're going to put the binding in, and we're going to put the pages in this video. So with the kit, oops, some of my gesso's still wet, you guys. With the kit, everyone got, this was the binding strip, and I printed it onto craft cardstock, and everybody got a set. But with the templates, it now looks like this. And this is the one that has the coffee stained on it because I want it to match my Glassine bag, because my Glassine bag is going to be my pages, okay? So I'm going to use this one versus this one. It's the same thing. These were just preliminary templates that I put together for this class, and then before I released the new set of templates, I had to go back and refine and add a bunch of stuff to it and all of that jazz. So that's why they might look a little different. The copyright's a little bit different, all of that stuff. So anyway, so I'm going to use a set of these binding strips. So I'm just going to get one set out. Let me see if I've already got one cut up, because there's 4 sets on here and I just need the one, and this is on page 3, and I don't have any in here. I don't know why I thought I did. As a matter of fact, I'm going to stick this one in there, so I might use it with the other album. But I'm just going to go ahead and cut out one set of these binding strips, or binding pieces, whatever you want to call them. So on page 3, I printed this onto 110-pound white cardstock. So each album you'll need one of the big one and one of the little one. And that is it. So I'm going to put these 2 in my workbook here, so I have them for another album. Let me finish trimming this out. Okay, so this is the Stack the Deck binding by Laura Dennison. I will link her original video below. This is just 2 pieces of her system, and it's sized to fit the pages of this album. So what we want to do is we now want to go ahead and score. This is an EK Tools scoreboard. We want to score the 2 outer The inner, there's like on the big piece, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines on the inner part of this piece. You just want to score the 2 outside ones. So these 2 closest to the tabs. And so on the smaller piece, you want to go ahead and score both. Whoops, I shifted. You want to score both of those 2 lines. There's only 2 lines on that one, so you want to score both of those. And then we want to go ahead and prep. So I'm going to prep those score marks one way, and then I'm going to flip it over and prep it the other, like that. And flip it and press the other way. Okay, so I haven't cut the little tabs off yet, but it just makes it this step a little bit simpler. I'm going to take my double-sided, this is 1/4 inch double-sided tape. This is scrapbook.com tape. And for the small piece, I'm going to put one on the very edge of the tab. I need to put my glasses on, I can't see. And I'm going to put one in the very center, in between those 2 score marks. Whoa, my ring got stuck. And then I'm going to put one on the very edge of this other tab. This is on the white side. Right? Now, there's 2 different ways you can do the tabs. I should have mentioned that too. You don't have to put score tape on the tabs. You can just use white glue. Maybe I'll do that on this one. So I'll use these, I'll use the score tape or the scrapbook.com tape on the smaller one, and on this one I'll just use glue, so that way I can show you both ways. So then we're going to flip it over this way, and we're going to put a piece of score tape along the edge of this side of the tabs, not on the score mark side, on the outer edge. So we're going to do that on both tabs, like that, for that piece. And then on this big piece, we're going to go on this white side here, we're going to go in between, uh-oh, I've run out of tape, in between the 2 score marks. We're going to fill this area up with tape. Now I need to get another one. So this is what the scrapbook.com tape looks like. I will have it linked below. You get the same amount. It's a little bit cheaper in price than the score tape, but you get the same amount. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit on that space there. And then I'm going to try to squeeze one here in the middle. I should have used like an 1/8 of an inch tape there, but you don't have to. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and burnish. So I'm just going to put tape on that one side there. And then I'm going to tab or notch, or whatever you want to call it, the ends of the tabs. And in the guidebook, I even put on the tabs. I wrote tab on there on the parts that are considered the tab. Just so there's no confusion, since there's so many lines. Like on this piece, these 2 here are guidelines for the smaller piece to go on top, is what those are there for. Okay, so I am going to go ahead, I'm going to grab my Distress ink. This is Walnut Stain Distress Oxide, Ranger and Tim Holtz. I am going to ink this outside edge here on this tab, so I'm going to just fold it back on itself here like that, and I'm just going to ink that edge because you will see it. And then the same for this one, fold it back on itself, ink that edge, ink this edge. Okay. So then I'm going to take the smaller one and I'm going to remove the backing off of the center piece here. And I'm going to line it up to the center 2 markings there. Like that. Line that up there and press. This is a Teflon bone folder. Right? So now I attach that smaller piece on top of the larger piece. So I just use the guidelines on the larger piece to help me line up the smaller piece. So it's just as simple as that. So now we've got 4 tab fin thingies for our pages to go on to. And I'm going to ink the top and bottom edge of that really quick. Alright. So then to put it in the album, you just want to center it top to bottom, side to side as best you can. It's not crucial if you're over to the left a little bit or over to the right a little bit or up a little high. It's not going to hurt anything, at least I don't think it does. And then we're just going to, I can't get over top of it, shoot. So I'm just going to eyeball it and hope that I got it right. Okay, so I've got that on there really good, and then we can just burnish those down, just flip them back and forth, burnish them down, and then you've got your 4 fins for your pages in there. See? Okay, it's just that simple. I don't know if I can't tell if my camera's focusing. There we go, it's just that simple. Okay, so next up we're going to work on the pages, and they're so simple. So what you need is page number 4, and it prints off like this, right? So this is the glassine bag. You're going to need 8 of these to make the same album. Okay, so you need 8. So this is printed onto 32-pound printer paper. So it's a little bit nicer quality printer paper, so it makes it a little bit more sturdy. So you're going to need 8 of these. And so if you have the kit, you have all 8 of them in your kit already. There's the difference between what they looked like for Made-A-Con and what they now look like in the kit. So, or I'm sorry, in the printable kit. This is what they look like for Made-A-Con, and then this is what they look like in the template. That's what I meant to say. It's the same thing, it's just tweaked just a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do 1 or 2 of these, and then all of them are done the same way. So, well, except for 2. The front cover and the back cover also have a glassine bag on them, and we're going to do that just slightly differently, but they are all prepped the same way. How about that? So you got 2 choices. You can either do it the way I'm getting ready to show you, or you can trim it out with your scissors. But I will tell you that I'm going to tear mine down because I like the look of the glassine bag. So I'm basically just going to start by making a little notch there, and you'll see what I'm talking about here in a minute. Let's see. So the ones that are printed, I'm looking at the ones in the kit. So this is the way they came in the kit, and this is the way they are in the template. So they're a little bit different. But again, if you were printing from the template, then just make a little notch right there, and you'll see what I'm talking about here in just a sec. It's just to help you. So now I'm going to take my ruler, and I'm going to lay it on here. I'm going to lay it on here right on the edge there of the print. And then, ooh, I just got a paper cut. I'm going to tear that little corner off there. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and turn and tear down that little edge right there, and then I'm going to go and tear all the way down the center here and stop right there at that mark, and then I'm going to turn it and I'm going to tear it up and then down the edge. So you got something that looks like that, and then I'm going to flip this around, and then I'm going to tear the bottom. Just like that. Right, and then I'm going to take my scissors, and I'm going to cut out the straight lines. It's a little bit of a edge there. Just trimmed that off. You could get your paper trimmer out if you wanted to trim this part, but this is just as easy. And there's a little notch there. Right, so then all you have to do is I'm going to flip it over, and I'm going to fold it at the marks. I didn't even score it. I'm just going to fold it where the markings are, where the lines are. So I just folded it at this line and this line. And then I'm going to fold this bottom up just like that. So then the next thing I want to do before I close anything up, I'm going to open it back up. I'm going to get my Distress ink out, and I'm just going to ink the torn edge, flip it over, ink that torn edge and this torn edge, just like that. And then all I want you to do is seal the long part up. Leave the bottom flap unglued. So we're just going to run some glue along each edge there. And then seal it up just like that. Right? So you're going to leave this flap, this bottom flap, not glued. So you want to do 6 of them this way. So go ahead and do all 8 the same way. Just leave that bottom flap open, and I'm going to go ahead and do all that. I'm going to do all 8, and then I'll be back. Just real quick, I want to go ahead and show you, if you're printing it from the template and you're not using the Madicon kit, since it's laid out just a little bit different, I just wanted to go ahead and show you. It works the same exact way. You just start by making that notch there so that when you turn here, you won't have any issues getting it to tear. But it is the same, it's the same thing. I just had to change the orientation of it just a little bit. And I'm going to flip it around and tear that down. Right? So it's the same thing. You just get this little straight edge there. Then you just want to go and trim it out the exact same way. I had the Madicon kits printed professionally, so that's why the coloring looks a little bit different from the Madicon kit to the coloring of my printer. It was really nice being able to let somebody else do the printing for a change. So again, I'm going to fold this on those lines. Fold this one. Because that was a lot of printing. I had 4 different classes, and it was a lot of printing. So it makes the same exact thing, right? So I just wanted to show you that if you're printing it from the template, it's the same as what the people got at Madicon. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the rest of mine. So I have 7 more to do, and then I'll be right back. Okay, I have all 8 of the glassine bags put together with the exception of the bottom flap. I did not glue the bottom flap on them. So I'm going to take 4 out now. And these are going to be our main pages, right? So I'm not going to put them in the book just yet. But what I'm going to show you what we're going to do is I'm going to open them up like this, and I'm going to turn that flap, that bottom flap, back up on itself the other way, like this, right? And then we're going to take 2 of the remaining 4 envelopes. So then we're going to take 2 of the remaining 4 glassine bags. They're not sealed at the bottom either, but what we're going to do is I think we are going to seal them. We're going to seal, actually we're going to seal, you know what, let's go ahead and seal, glue shut the remaining 4. So 4 of these you want to leave open like this, and 4 of them you want to glue the bottom closed. I couldn't remember which way I did it. I just got some news, something is going on that's got me a little distracted. So this video might be a little discombobulated, but it'll be all right. Okay, so 2 of these glassine bags are going to be used in the cover, so I'm going to set those aside for now. So then these 2, the other 2 that are left, so you got your 4 pages, and then we've got these 2. What I want you to do is I want you to take it from the bottom up, right? And I want you to fold it directly in half, matching the top and the bottoms up. There, so you're folding it in half. I'm going to give it a good crease. This is a Teflon bone folder, right? I don't know, can you see that? I just folded it directly in half. So then I'm going to tear it in half, just like that. So now we have these 2 pieces. So I'm going to do the same thing to this. I'm going to fold this one in half. It doesn't have to be exact, but you get my drift. And tear that in half. Okay, so now we got 2 bottoms and we have 2 tops. So for the 2 tops, what I want you to do is take your glue, and I want you to seal the opening at the bottom. Just run a really fine line of glue so it seals that bottom up, so it kind of makes it a pocket, right? Well, it does make it a pocket. So those 2 tops, go ahead and seal the bottom, just like that. So before we go any further, I'm going to use my distress ink on these torn edges here. I don't know why I grabbed this. This is a piece of that dot grid paper. It was sitting close by me a few weeks ago, and I feel like every time I need to ink something like this, I've just been grabbing it and using it instead of getting my non-stick pad sheet thingy out. But anyway, it's probably soaking up more ink than need be, but that's okay. Either way. Okay. So, oh, you know what? Before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and ink. Well, let's go ahead. I'm going to flip these, flip that bottom tab over where you see the white, and I'm going to ink that little bottom edge there. Just because you're going to see that maybe, and we don't want that. So all 4 of the actual pages, we're going to ink those bottom edges while we're inking. We may have to come back and ink some more, but for now, that's all we need to do. Okay, so here's the way the page is going to go into the book, right? So the glassine bag is going to be this way. So what we're going to do is, we've got that bottom flap flipped back over on itself like this. Then we're going to take one of these pages that we ripped in half, and we're going to glue it down to that bottom flap. So basically what we're doing is we're making this pocket right here, right? We're making that pocket. We're making this pocket, this little short pocket. That's what we're doing, this little extra short flap. So we're going to do every page that way. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to run some glue onto this flap here. If you want to, you can leave the center part without glue, and then that way you can use it as a little tuck spot. So I'm going to lay this on here, just like that. So when you open it up, it looks like that. Can you tell? So there's the way it looks. And when you flip that open, it looks like that. So then if you wanted to, you could slip a tag there if you leave, you know, leave a little tuck open. So there's one. We're going to do the same thing to the remaining 3. I'm just going to go ahead and leave it open just in case. Just in case I want to add something. So I'm going to take another piece that we tore in half. Add that there to the, to the little flap. Now the thing about these glassine bags is they are not perfect. They're not meant to be perfect. Actual glassine bags are not perfect. They're not exact. So it could be a little bit cattywamped, a little wobbly, a little doesn't match up just perfect. So don't get hung up on that. If it folded a little weird or a little crooked or whatever, don't get hung up on that. Whoops, did I let, yeah, I left that one open. All right, so then one more. Almost forgot to leave that open. Alright, so just run some glue and then stick that on there like that. Now if there's any white showing anywhere, we'll just take our glue, not our glue, we'll just take our ink to it and cover that up, no big deal. And so I'm going to go ahead and hit the spots that have just a little bit of white showing, if any. Right, so far, so good, right? I think it is easy. Make sure that I didn't glue this shut accidentally. I am going to go ahead and ink this bottom on the back side here. So the way they're going to go in the book, this is going to be the top page, this is going to be the next page, and then this will be the next page, and this is the next page. So I wanted the ones that kind of look like the top of the glassine bag. I wanted that to be the top page, and then the bottom will be the next. Right, and so on and so forth. So that's the order in which they're going to go into the book. Alright, so let's start getting these in the book. Now there's not a direction yet because we haven't put anything on anything, so we are good to go, and there's not a direction on these as well. It just depends on which way you want these openings to face. They could be this way or that way. Either way, it does not matter. So remember I told you I was going to leave half of these without tape on them and half with. So if you didn't want to put tape on these tabs, then just use white glue. And I'm going to put it on one side and then the other. And then I'm just going to slide the opening of the glassine bag over top of that tab. Well, I'm going to try to anyway. Hard to see. So I'm going to slide that over, and then I'm going to lay it flat to make sure it kind of is on there correctly. And we're not going to go too close to that edge there. I'll hold it up so you can see. You don't want to go all the way to the cover, you know, to that score mark there on the spine piece. You don't want it to butt up next to it. You want it to be just slightly, just a hair away from it. So now it's attached to both sides of that tab, right? So there's page 1, and I got it on here a little crooked, but that's okay. This is a very shabby book, so it's not going to hurt anything if things get a little cattywamped. Okay, so then, sorry about that. I'm apologizing because I know I'm gonna keep getting text, so I just have to keep starting and stopping. All right. So then, for the one that has the tape on it, if you wanted to use tape, what I like to do is actually I like to take just one side of the tape off of the tab, just one side, and then slide this down on over that tab like that, and then make sure that it's mostly even with the other page, and then I like to smoosh it down and then open it back up, get under here on the other side of that tab and pull that tape off. So there's 2 pages in. Well, actually 4 if you want to count these little add-on pages. So so there's 4 pages, and you see how you can see the binding strip in there? That's why I wanted it to match the glassine bag. I wanted it to be the same because you can see it, so it just kind of makes it a little easier. So once again, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to make sure I'm facing the right way. I'm going to take one side of that tape off, and then I'm going to slide that down over top of there and gently press, flip it back the other way, remove that tape backing, some people find this easy to do and some people find it harder to do, so if it's just easier for you to use the glue, then just use the glue. Well, my flip's back this way. I mean, you can do one side at a time of the glue if you want to. Just the same way I did the tape, you know, where you just open it up and add some glue in there. Alright, so I'm just going to slide this over. The nice thing about the glue is you do have a minute of wiggle. Not a whole lot, especially with this kind of glue, but you do have a little bit of wiggle room. Now see, I got that one on super crooked. Let's see if I can't fix that. And I did. I think I did a pretty good job, but you see how, well, you might not be able to tell. They're kind of slightly sticking out past the cover just a little bit. It's really hard for you to see, but if you don't like that, just make your covers just a little bit bigger, a little bit longer. But I happen to like the shabby look. So, all right, so now all 4 of our pages are in. See, super, super simple. So for the covers, you could, if you wanted to, you could cover the entire thing with the glassine bag, just like that. But with my prototype, that the Santa Baby album that we made, we actually made a double pocket out of the bag, and then there's a pocket behind the bag. So that's what we're going to do. Except, well, let's see. Maybe we should mat the inside. Or we can just prep it, and then we can put it all together when we start matting the cover. How about that? Let's do that. So really, so you got 2 left. So all you're going to do is you're going to take it and just kind of guesstimate how much you want to fold it up. So what did I fold mine up? I folded mine up about 2 inches. Well, that was pretty cool. I almost never get that right. Alright, and then I'm going to fold this one up the same way. See if I can match it up. Probably not. It's not going to matter because one's on the front cover and one's on the back. And I think I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to take my glue and I'm just going to put just a little bit of dot of glue on either side of this pocket just to kind of keep it tacked closed. You don't really need to glue it. I'm going to have to hold that because we're going to be wrapping some like seam binding and stuff around, so I'm just going to hold these for a second. Okay. So the way it's going to go is there's going to be one here on this cover, and then there's going to be one there on that cover. So we're going to have to mat and everything before we can attach them down, but that's where those 2 glassine bags are going to go. I've already printed off. This is 2M, which is this page right here, and this is printed off onto 110-pound white cardstock, and this is the coffee stained background. Okay, so this is the mats for the cover. So I think, because in the class we traced out the mats onto some of the pattern paper, but I think I'm going to go this route as the base mat. So I'm going to move this out of the way, and we're going to trim this out real quick, and we'll just see what it looks like. If not, we'll just go back to my original thought. This is a Fiskars Precision paper trimmer, or Fiskars, however you want to say it. People correct me all the time on what I call things, and that's okay. It doesn't bother me. I know I have a southern accent, and sometimes it makes it hard to understand what I'm saying, especially if you don't speak English, or English isn't your first language. If it's your second, sometimes my English is, you know, not so great. I had somebody leave me a comment on a video saying that she didn't like it because she couldn't understand my dirty English. And I was like, well, I'm so sorry. I can't change the way I talk, you guys. I just can't. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and trim these out. I'm going to go ahead and trim the spine piece off of there. I don't think I'm going to use these as the inside mats because this is going on the inside of the cover. Oh, I don't know. I might. We'll give that some thought. Oops, I need that. So I got that, and then let's get this one. So these are going to go right there. I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll use these as the outside base cover mats. Like that. Okay. So I'm going to take my Distress ink, Distress Oxide. Oh, I got glue on there. And a walnut stain. And I'm going to go ahead and ink my edges. I think I'm just going to just take that white cardstock edge off because it's already got that distressed edge when you print it off. So I'm just going to take that white off because I'm going to rough it up just a little bit. So I wanted to, you'll see what I'm talking about. I want it to look like it's been around a while, like it's really been put through the ringer. But I wanted to make sure that not all the white edges were showing. You'll see what I mean, just that. So I've taken the white edge off where I trimmed it up, but now I'm just going to run my fingernail, not through the whole thing, but just kind of rough up that edge just a little. So some parts are going to look white and some parts are going to look, you know, brown, Distress ink color. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and do that to all three pieces. And if you don't like this step, if you don't like the way this looks, you can skip this step. So in the original version, I used, what did I do with my paper? Oh, here it is. In the original version that we did in class, the paper that I used as the base mat is actually the back side of this paper here. I even have it marked on here because some of these parts we're using for other things. So I used the part up here for the base mats. So if you wanted to, you could trace out and use the back side of that. It's like Christmas trees. It's pretty green Christmas trees. So that's what I did in the original. So, but I think I like this. I think I like this a little better. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some Fabri-Tac. This is Fabri-Tac by Beacon. There we go. And I'm going to attach these down. The reason I'm using Fabri-Tac is since it's such a bumpy surface, I want to make sure that this really grips on. So I'm going to let this come down to the tip here. I've been experimenting with this Fabri-Tac glue. You know, when you get these big bottles like this, you know, you get to a point where it's hard to get it to come down to the nozzle, and you know, there's like a good 1.5 inches, 2 inches left in the bottle, but you're tired of messing with it. You're frustrated, you know, so you just like get another one or whatever. Well, I have been taking those bottles of glue and pouring them into one. So whenever it gets down really low, I take it and pour it into this bottle. So this is the bottle I've been pouring into, and I've done it maybe 3 or 4 times with this. And I was wondering if the glue was still going to be good. So I guess we'll find out, huh? If these don't stay stuck down, then we know that that's not a good idea. But I didn't want to waste it, so that's what I did. Alright, and then the little spine piece. Wait a minute, do I need to do anything special for that? Not yet. Alright, and then we have this little spine piece here. Go ahead and put the lid on there. Okay. Right, so now we have something that looks like that. I guess I could have scooted that over a little bit. Let's see if I can get it to move just a little. Come on. Did I move it? I did a little bit. Okay, so I've got that on there. I'm just wondering. I'm wondering if I should do that on the inside. I think that might be kind of cool. Right, because on the inside here, instead of having this being pink, it could be that same glassine bag color. I think we're going to do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and print me off one more. And I'm going to cut it out, ink it up and all that jazz, and then I'll be back. Yep. Okay, so I cut 2 more, and then I put the spine piece back into my workbook because I don't need that. But I think, let's do this one. I think we're going to use these as mats for the inside as well. Again, I'm going to use my Fabri-Tac. And then I'm going to attach them both, maybe. It does get thick after a while, I do have to say. You could use your art glitter glue for this part if you want to. I'm going to flip this one over so I can lay that there so in case it bubbles out. Alright, so I'm going to stick this on here. So I inked the edges and then I messed the edges up just a little bit. Right? And then let's add this one to the back side here. And then the glassine bags that we prepared before, they're going to go on here. Do I have that on there crooked? Like this. I need to double check something really quick. I'm almost positive that this one's going to have to go, the one in front. Alright, let's start with the one in front. I'm going to make this a pocket too. It doesn't have to be a full pocket, like, you know, just put a thin line or whatever. I just want it to be like a little insert pocket. And on the front cover, I'm going to pull it up just a hair from the bottom, maybe 1/4 inch around about, because we're going to be wrapping seam binding around it, and I want it to go around that pocket part right there. There is a method to my madness, I promise. Alright, and so the back pocket, wait a minute, let me double check. Oh, just as I thought. All right, hold please. Before we can add this back pocket one, I need to grab my seam binding. Okay, so in the Madecon class kits, there was a tag that has some pink and white baker's twine and also some crinkled seam binding. And this one is Hug Snugs, aquarella, I don't know. Maybe there you go. That's the color that I'm using. So what I want to do for this one, so I'm trying to make it look the same, but I'm feeling like I'm probably going to be changing it up a little bit. But in the class, how do I have this in here? We got the covers done in the class, and I'm pretty sure we got a page or two. I don't remember how much we got done. Isn't that something? It's been that long. Okay, so I'm just going to take a little bit of it, and basically we're going to wrap it around like this, and I'm going to tie either a knot or a bow, whichever. Let's see if I can get a tiny bow worked out here. I mean, the bow is going to get flattened regardless, but it still looks kind of cute. Oh, look at me go. Okay, so I tied me a little bow around that one. Oh yes, so cute. Okay, now I can attach it down. Should I match the front cover? Come up, I think I will. I'll come up about 1/4 of an inch from this bottom here. Oh shoot, I better tack that down too so that it doesn't get bumped into when insert comes in and out. So, whoa. I'm just going to take a piece of this double-sided tape here, and I'm going to place that down underneath there like that. And tack it down. So it shouldn't get in the way too much, or stop an insert from going in and out. Alright, again, I'm going to make it a pocket. And I'm just going to go around the outside edges. This album is just so easy to make, you guys. Like, the pages go in so fast. It's so nice. Especially this time of year, you definitely like quick and easy, you know, and I feel like this album is certainly quick and easy. All right, so now we got those parts in. Isn't that cute? Let me fix this little end right here. I think it's cute anyway. All right. Okay, let's work a little bit on the front cover. And we're going to be using this sheet here. So I'm going to go ahead and take, no, I better leave that on there because I'm not sure if that's going to be important later. But we are going to fussy cut 2 things out of this sheet here. One being this little Santa guy right here, and the other being these set of ornaments down here at the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead. See, those are this page was for the inside mats, inside cover mats. It's on the back side of that. So I'm going to cut this Santa out. I'm going to try not to interfere with other stuff that's around it. Whoa. So I'm going to cut that little Santa off. Whoa. Right there. And then I'm going to cut this bottom part right here with this little set of ornaments. Just like that. And that's the only 2 pieces I'm going to use. So for the ornaments, I'm just going to go around the edge and do like a little, like shaping it just a little bit. Whoops. Well, we're cutting that top off because I didn't see it. So we're going to do like a shaped pocket. shaped tuck spot, whatever you want to call it. And I'm cutting off the little silver rings that are on top of those ornaments, because you know, you're not gonna be able to see them anyway. So this is going on the back cover. So there's one piece. And then I'm gonna fussy cut this little Santa dude out. He's so cute. Now, I did include the embellishment pack with this kit. And we are going to be using lots of those pieces, but not on the cover. At least I don't think much on the cover. It has been so long since I planned this album, since we made it at Madecon. Okay, so I'm just going to cut him out like that, and then that piece right there. Right, so that he's going on the front and this one's going on the back. Okay, so there's a couple pieces, and then a few more pieces we're going to need for the cover. These pieces are actually from the 4x6 journaling cards. So we're going to be using the pink and white, or the white, or I'm sorry, the pink with the white polka dot. We're going to be using these two journaling cards, and they're kind of plain on the back. And one's gonna go on the front, and one's gonna go, and one's gonna go on the back. I just lied. We're not gonna be using the pink and white side. We're gonna be using that side on the back, and this side on the front. So let's start with the back, because this one will be the easiest. So this is gonna get attached down to this right here, like that, on the bottom there. And it's going to be like a little tuck. So what we want to do is we're going to go ahead and ink these up, or this edge up. Like that. Let's go ahead and ink this up. And while we got this sitting here, I'm going to go ahead and ink this up too. Okay. So the first thing, again, I'm going to mess the edges up with my fingernail. And I might even come back here and mess the tops of these ornaments up a little bit. Right, so this is going to get attached down to there like that. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and attach it down. So I'm just going to go along the side here and along the bottom. This is art glitter glue. You could use your Fabri-Tac if you wanted to, but it is not necessary when you're doing paper to paper. It's not as crucial to use something that has more tooth to it. And I'm going to attach it down to this bottom here, like that. I may have to trim a corner off or two, and I might trim it down just a little bit. No, I think I'll just leave it. I like it just the way it is. Alright, better give that a second to dry before I mess with it any further. But so this is going to go right here in the back. You know what, let's just go ahead and glue it down. And again, I'm using my art glitter glue. And just placing it down. So cute. Okay. Front cover is a little more complicated. So on the back cover, we're going to have a few little inserts like this. But we'll get to that in just a bit. Okay, so let's flip on over to the front. So we've got our little Santa dude. We've got our cover mat that's going to go there. But we also have some more pieces that we need. And what did I do with that? Here we go. Trying to keep everything that was actually in the kit separated. So, let's see. 1, 2. Alright, so these are all the embellishments that we're going to be using on the covers and as little inserts. And these are going to be embellishments for the inside of the pages. But this right here is on the cover. Let me show you. This right here is on the cover. And, oh, where's that one at? Oh, right there. That one is on the cover. And then these are inserts. That's insert. This is an insert. But these things are stationary. So all of these things come except for the these. These are part of the Wanderlust, and they're also part of the new Glassine bag template. These are from the Build Embellishment sets. So like this, for example, is set 1. This is set 3. That's set 4. This one here is in the Wanderlust. But, you know, you can make your own or not use that type of thing at all. And then the envelopes and inserts and labels are in the mini envelopes and tags set 1. So we're gonna go ahead, let's see, what do I need? I'm gonna go ahead and trim these out, with the exception of, I will have these linked down below as well, the Build Embellishments, the section in my Etsy shop that's Build Embellishments. So you can see all those things. I'm going to go ahead and cut all these elements out. I'm not going to cut these out. I'm just going to leave those for now. We'll cut them out when we start doing the pages. Matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and remove those. Now these pages were made specially for Madicon. These are not part of, these whole things are not part of any templates. So these are just different aspects of Build Embellishments and things, but I just went ahead for convenience and for cost effectiveness, I went ahead and made separate PDFs so that I could have them printed off for Madicon. So you won't find a sheet like this unless you actually have one of the kits. Am I making sense on that? Gosh, I hope so. They're just different elements from different packages that I have. So I'm going to go ahead and cut all these out. And I've said it a million times, the more wiggly you cut out these types of embellishments, I think the better they look. It's just me, but that's what I think. And so this one here is actually one of the inserts for the covers. Both the front and the back have inserts. So there's those 3. And then that was printed onto 110 pound cardstock. Boy, I'm having a hard time talking. And then these were all printed onto a 32 pound nice copy paper. So these are inserts. So I'm just going to go ahead and trim these out. I'm almost certain that this is a double-sided. Yes, it is. So for this one, you have 2 choices. You can either go ahead and trim it out fully, or you can fold it, well, you might want one straight line. Fold it in half. Oops. Well. And glue it together and then trim it out together. That makes it nice and neat. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and fold this in half. And you know what? If it's not perfect, that's okay too. Not the end of the world. You just ink it up. Just cut it out more jagged and ink it up. Wow. Right, so So I'm gonna let that dry before I do any more cutting on that. And then these envelopes and things. I have a video where I show you how to put these envelopes together. I will link that below as well. So I'm going to go ahead and get all of these cut out, and I'm going to ink them up, and then I'll be back. Okay, so I've got those I've got those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things cut out. I did cut one of the little labels. There's a set of 3 there. I cut one of them out. We're going to be using one on one of the envelopes, and then we need a few more things. I've inked them up. I put the envelopes together. They've got their inserts inside there. What else do we need? We've got that. And for the back cover, we're going to need a couple more journaling cards. So these are the 2 I picked. So these are from the Santa Baby collection. These are one that says Cookies for Santa, and then Santa Claus decorating a tree, which is super cute. But what I think I'm going to do for the back, so this is for the back insert, I think I'm going to cut these down, obviously, because it's the same size as that mat. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my paper trimmer. Move everything out of the way. I've got too much stuff sitting here. And I think I'm going to cut as close to the top of Santa as I can get here. Maybe cut a little bit of his poof off. Like that. And then flip him around. Well, let's see. Maybe cut a little bit off of this bottom here. So you can still read. It says Holly Jolly. Still want to be able to read that. Yeah, that'd be good. And so now I'm going to cut... Let's see, should I cut this down to a specific size? What does my original look like? This is my original card. Oh, go away. Oh, dang! I got that right. So it's 3 3/8 tall. So from the top of Santa's head down to the bottom of Holly Jolly. And then I cut it to, it looks like 4 3/4 wide. So let's cut a little bit off of this side here. Maybe not so much on that side. And then flip them around and put it at 4 3/4. Yes. I'm gonna take around the corners. Just actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna go through and just take chunks all the way around, just so it's kind of like a wavy card. Or you could do the thing with your fingernail. Either one. So there's one, and then the other one is this. I am pretty certain that I need to cut this down quite a bit. So I guess I can measure this one too. I tore one end and I cut it down to 2 3/4 tall. And then I ripped this edge. How much did I rip though? Oh, I ripped about 1/2 inch from this edge. Okay. So I'm just going to round the corners of this one. Like that, right? Alright, now I'm going to ink these 2 front and back. Whoa. Okay, so it's going to go like that. And then the envelope that goes, this is the envelope that goes on the back side. That's going to be a part of this little grouping. But first, I'm going to get that washi tape back out. And I'm going to put just a little bit of this pink washi tape to kind of act as a closure on this, which I think is super cute. Right? Isn't that pink and white washi just darling? So I just, since washi isn't as sticky as regular tape, I think it'll be super cute. So I'm going to do that. And then I also had included in the kits, these are the stickers, these snowflake stickers. I'm going to put a snowflake sticker on the washi tape. Okay. And I'm just, they're all the same, so I'm just going to grab one. These are kind of tricky to get off of there. These are kind of, they got these delicate little details, but they're super cute. And so I'm just going to put that on the washi, just like that. I think it's adorable. Look it, right? So jazz that envelope right up. I'm going to stick this to my plastic there. Whoops. On the outside, so I don't have to keep opening and closing the package. Okay, and then I'm going to grab a paper clip. Oh, I forgot. I've already got all the stuff. I've already got all the stuff in here. So I have a little baggie that's got paper clips and stuff in it, and this is a rusted paper clip. So I'm going to grab it. It's a pretty big one. I too have a video on how to rust stuff. I will link that below as well. But I like to take my stuff that I rust and kind of, after it's good and dry, I kind of rub it just to get any excess rusty stuff off. I don't know. It's just a little extra step. Okay. Yeah. So not as much of it comes off on your hands and stuff. So we're just going to stick this together, a little cluster. Just go like this. Like this, and then that's going to go in this little back pocket right there. Cute, right? I think it's adorable. You can stuff whatever you want back there. You don't have to stuff those things, but that's what I picked, so super cute. So back cover done. Now let's get back to the front cover. It's a little more complicated, the front cover. So we've got two pieces ready. We've got, well, this one's almost ready. We still have to do some prep work with that. We've got that one. This one goes on the front cover. These are inserts. Oh, I guess we could go ahead and make the little insert bundle. Let me go ahead and ink my little tag here. These are so cute. So these little label tag things are part of the mini envelope and tag build embellishments. And they're super cute. It comes with different sizes, envelopes, different types of envelopes. And I'm trying to find my pokey tool. And they have a tiny little hole reinforcement-ish thing on there. Can you see? I don't know how well you can see. All I can see is a glare. It's right there. So I'm gonna take it, my hole pokey tool, and I'm just gonna kind of poke a hole for it to be like a faux hole. That's so silly. Okay. Sorry about all the jangle. Alright, so this is actually going to go on the envelope, and it's going to go like this. It's going to go on the front like this. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and just glue it down, because it's not going to be removable. And I'm not running a string through it or anything. But it's going to go on the front like this. Yeah, and I'm trying to reference my original as much as possible. So those of you who took the class, you're not like, wait, whoa, that's not what you did. And then I'm going to take some of the pink and white washi, once again. And I'm just going to take a little bit of it, like that. And I'm going to tear it in half, or I'm gonna try to, right? So it kind of looks like I taped that little label on there. So I'm gonna put one piece on the top and then a piece on the bottom, like that, right? Isn't that adorable? Whoops. Come on, camera, focus. Right? Isn't that cute? And then there's also part of that collection. There was also these little heart washies. I included it in the kit, but I couldn't put it on the, I couldn't wind it around the acetate. But I'm going to literally just cut, well, first I'm going to trim off that extra bit there. I'm going to cut one of these hearts away from the rest. I'm going to try to get it in a heart shape here. Right? And I'm going to stick that on the envelope as well. Just like that. So now I have a cute little envelope that looks like that. Alright, so that's one of the embellishments that's going to be, so this, I think it's these three. So this, I inked this front and back. It's kind of like a vintage postcard. And then that is that thing we glued. We folded over and glued. It's like a library card or just a little note card. So we've got that, and then we've got this. And we also have, in my metal bits, there is a binder clip. Once again, a rusted one. I'm going to de-rust it. Just a little bit. So this is going to hold these together like that. That's going to be like that. So this is actually, this is going to be a pocket right here. So these are going to go in behind this little pocket right there. So we've got that ready. And then these two tags, the hole reinforcements that came with the kit. So I just took the regular white hole reinforcements. Let me show you them. It's these types right here. And I inked them, one with the walnut stain, the Distress Oxide Walnut Stain, and the other, the green color, is the Distress Ink in Bundled Sage. So that's where the green hole reinforcements came from. So I'm going to add, I think I'm going to add a green one to this paper right here. I'm just going to guess to where the center is. And I'm going to add a brown one to this one. These are going to be attached down, so we don't have to like put one on the opposite side. And then I'm going to punch the hole. And punch the hole in this one. In case you guys are wondering what these things here are and over here. Instead of replacing my tabletop paper stuff, I just patched it. Didn't even do a very good job. Let me try to patch it again. I just patched it because I didn't have time to like clean off my entire space and replace, because I do need to replace this, but that's neither here nor there. Alright, so another thing we need is, these were included in the kits and they're just shipping tags, but this is going on the cover too. But I wanted to show you that if you don't have those shipping tags, don't want to buy those shipping tags, these are also part of the new Glassine bag mini album templates, and they are on page, well, it's obviously not the exact same because, you know, these are cool. They've got the, there we go. They've got these really cool hole reinforcement thingies, and they come pre-strung and all of that, and they're the manila color. Well, in the template, this is that right there. It's the same thing. So I wanted to go ahead and provide a traceable template just in case you didn't want to go out and buy shipping tags. And we're going to be using these a lot in this album. Plus they're just really cute and they're a great little size. And they're perfect for like pockets. So we're going to need one of these. So let's see. All of these are going to be stationed. Well, this one may not be. We'll see. We need to add, so for these two tags, we're going to add some, I keep misplacing where I'm putting stuff. Here it is. One of them we're going to use some seam binding, and then the other we're going to use some baker's twine. Oh, girl, you know you did not just not get enough. So I'm going to run the seam binding here on this white-ish tag. like that. And then on this one, we're going to use the baker's twine. So this, you can get a gigantic roll of pink and white baker's twine for like, I don't know, 10 bucks or something. And you'll never run out of it ever. I say that, but I've run out of it before. Not this color, but other colors before, because I've used them in different kits for classes. So, okay. So then we'll have that there. What else do we need? I'm trying to gather all the little components that we're going to need for the cover. And we're going to need, we're going to need some of the flowers. I'm not going to use them just yet. Sorry, sidetracked. Squirrel. On the embellishments, no, these are ephemera pieces. I'm going to grab, I think we also need one for the side, or for the spine. I'm going to grab, I'm going to try to, anyway. I'm going to pour these out. Oh my gosh, you guys, I don't have my little bucket cleaned out for my ephemera pieces. Shoot. Okay, so we're going to need, the word cheer is in here somewhere. And if you don't have these pieces, you can substitute for something else. But I will tell you, if you're following along with this album and you've got all the different parts and pieces, we use almost every single piece. Almost. All right, so I'm going to put this word, this word on the cover as well. So I'm going to set that aside. And then the flowers, I think, are the only other thing. Oh, what did I use on the spine? I used this ornament. So I'm going to use this ornament as a little something something on the spine. So isn't that cute? So I'm going to set that aside too. So then the rest of these I'm just going to put over here. Alright, just real quick, I'm going to ink. We're going to be cutting this tag down just a little bit. I don't know if we're going to have it removable or not. So I'm just going to ink some of it on both sides. You can ink the whole thing if you want to. I'm going to ink the little Santa dude. And I'm going to get the cheer and the ornament. The only thing I did not cut for the spine was a mat, another mat, but I wonder, where did all those little pieces go that I just had? I wonder if I could use one of these pieces. I bet you I could. I mean, you're not going to see much of it. I bet you I could use this piece right here. So one of the pieces that we cut off of the back mat, I'm just going to use that. Yeah. So I think I'm going to round the corners since some of them are rounded already. Ink that up. And we'll scuff that up. Oh shoot, I need one more piece for the spine, and it's words. And I've already put them back in the bag. Okay. Oh, maybe I can, no, probably not. What's it say? Believe in the magic. That's the piece we're going to use. It says believe in the magic. Be careful not to lose any of the pieces. I'm telling you, we use almost all of that paper ephemera. When I got my paper cut, last video. Was it last video I got my paper cut? Okay. Now I'm going to ink the edge of this. Just a little bit. Oh, my grandpuppy's here. she hears any sort of noise at all, she's on it. Alright, so I kind of gave it a little bend. This little, I believe, a magic piece. Right, and so there's the wording. I just kind of took my finger and just kind of bent it just a little. Are you done yet, Grandy Puppy? Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach it on here kind of like at an angle, like that. And I'm not going to attach it fully down. I'm just going to attach it in 2 little dots of glue. So I'm just going to go at an angle here. Right there, like that. Just a little something, something. And I think I'm going to punch a hole. Is this too big of a hole? Probably. I'm going to punch a hole on the top of this. Oh, that's okay. And I'm going to put some seam binding in that. Just a little bit. We don't need a lot. Just for a little something, something. Alright, be careful when you pull that. You don't want to pull through. Oops, I hope y'all could see. Again, somehow the camera gets further and further away from me. I don't know how it happens. Okay. I'm just being careful not to mess it up. Alright, where's that other little spine piece? So I'm going to open this up and attach the spine pieces down. So I'm just going to take this little piece that we cut off earlier from the back insert cards. And I'm going to stick that down in the middle there, just to break it up a little bit. And then for this piece, I'm going to go ahead and put some right there. I'm just going to add some glue. And I'm going to come up towards the top here and attach it down to the spine like that. So it looks like that. Isn't that cute? This is so cute. Okay, so that's all we're going to do to the spine. I think it's adorable. What do you guys think? Alright, so front cover. Back to the front cover. Okay, the first thing, let's see. We need to add this card, but before we do, we're going to tear it. So I'm going to, does this have an up and a down? It sort of does. So it's already kind of messed up. I'm going to mess it up a little bit more. And then I'm going to come over, like not in the center, like to the right of the center. And I'm going to try to make the paper tear. Right there. Right? And then I'm going to try to roll it back. Okay, well, maybe. You just want to keep working with the paper, breaking those fibers down. So this is going to be where this little set of inserts sticking out. Okay. And there's that. And then you may want to make a tear in other little spots. I don't know how much you're actually going to see. So I'm going to hit this a little bit with my ink. Like that. So this is going to go on there like that. And this is going to be a pocket tuck spot. So now I just need to decide where it needs to go. Let's just go in the middle. I'm going to go ahead and attach it down. So I'm going to go along one side and along the bottom. And maybe a little bit up the side. Just so it's not super flimsy. And I'm going to add this to the center here of the cover. I'm glad we used the coffee stain as the base layer matte. I really like it. Okay. Good job. I'm going to curl up these corners a little bit from the base layer. I need to do that back here too. Let me go ahead and do that back here before I forget. I'm just taking the little sharp corners and rolling them up just a little bit. The corners take the most abuse in things usually. Okay, so then this part here, these are going to be stuck right. All right, let's stick them. Let's scoot the envelope over just a little bit. Right, so that looks like that. So those are stuck in there like that. Cute. All right. All right, so then we're going to be layering up some of these pieces. So I think the first thing we're going to do is add the seam binding that goes around. I think. Let me check and see what we got going on here. Yeah. All right, so let me move these pieces. Alright, let me grab my seam binding. Oh boy, I hope I gave you guys enough. If not, you can make your own seam binding with that bundled sage, distress ink color, and white seam binding. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start this way. I'm going to leave enough of a tail so I can tie a bow. So I'm going to go around once, twice, and then 3 times. So we come back around to the inside and tie a bow. So it looks like I did not give you guys enough seam binding in your kits. So this is what we got now. And this seam binding is a little bit greener than the original seam binding that I used to make my prototype. So you guys may have noticed that already. So little Santa dude is going to go here. And then, let's see. That's going to be there. That's going to be there. Like that. Boom, boom. And then this will be here like that. So I'm trying to decide if this is going to be stationary or not. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Not real sure. Also got, oh, you know what I forgot to do? Oh, I forgot to do the closure. Alright, so the rest of the pieces that are in the little metal bag are the bulldog clip, the jingle bell, and the key. The key goes on the cover. But the closure, well, that's frustrating. I was supposed to add the closure under the mat, the string for the closure. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I am going to try to pry this up just a little bit. Since I use liquid glue, it's going to be tough. Now, if I had used like tape, I would have been able to heat it up. But there we go. So this is on the back side. This is on the cover. So I've lifted it up quite a bit. Now I'm going to take this bulldog clip and I'm going to add some of this baker's twine. That's probably more than enough. So I'm going to do the same thing like I would do a tag. I'm going to loop it through one side of it, one of the holes, like that. And then I'm going to do like I'm doing a tag, right? So now I've got that attached. So then this is going to get attached. Let me move these. It's going to be attached to here like that, right? So that's what's keeping it closed. So now all I have to do is tuck. Let me do it from this side. Tuck some of the string, I don't need that much, under there and add some glue. So I think I'm just gonna shove it in like that. And then I'm gonna take some of my Fabri-Tac, and then I'll make the adjustments here in just a minute. I'm gonna squeeze that in there in just a sec. See, I make boo-boos like this all the time, you guys, where I forget, oh shoot, you know, I forget to do something. It happens all the time. Okay, so before I let that dry too much, I'm gonna swing this around. I'm going to clip it onto the front cover. Well, I'm gonna try to anyway. I'm too scared to pull it. Ah. And then I'm just gonna tug gently. Well, that wasn't too gently. That'll work. Yeah. So I just pulled enough out to where it gives me room to expand. So yeah, there we go. I actually might need a little more. Pull just a little bit more out. There we go. Perfect. All right. Now we got our closure in. And then I took just a giant jump ring. I don't know what size this is. I'm sure there's a size on it. 1/2 inch jump ring. And I had this, I had these jingle bells that I rusted. So I'm just going to put that on that giant jump ring, and then I'm going to add that to that same hole that the baker's twine is on. Whoops. And I'm going to take this key that I rusted, and I'm going to add some baker's twine to it. Just a little piece. I will have all these things linked below in my Amazon list because that's where I got them. I think I bought, I don't know what different quantities they come in. I bought in bulk, but if you go in with a friend or something, because there's more than enough keys in a package. I'm going to trim some of them edges off. Okay. I'm going to let that dry a minute. So what flowers are we going to need? We're going to need, I got very specific ones. So this is Flower Pack 597283. And we're going to use some flowers out of here. Let's see. I think we're going to be using one of those. Two of those, I think. No, one of those. Alright, let me just go ahead and pull them out. Alright, we're going to use one of those. And I guess one of the pink and white polka dot. Let me look. Or is it just solid pink? Is there just a solid pink one? Not the dark pink. Okay. So we use two of those pink ones. And then maybe one of the light pink ones. And one of these green ones. That might be all from this package. I'm trying to look at my original. So far, I think I'm doing a pretty good job of keeping up with what I did in my original, I think. And then this package of flowers is 597306. And this is just mostly that mint green color. And I think we use a couple of the light colored, or maybe just one cut in half. I think that's what we did. Oh, you know what? We might have done the same thing for one of these. Let me look. Without, oh, no, we didn't. Okay. Did we do the same thing for that? Nope, just the one? Okay. So we're just going to use one of these from this pack. It's the lighter color green. So I think I might be wrong. Yes, I am. Okay. So we're using these two from the mint color package. One has little trees and stuff on it, and the other one's just a soft green. And then we're using these from the other package. And they have like a gold on them and stuff. So those are the ones we are using. Okay, let me put my flowers over here. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave that there just to keep it level as well. All right, so I know my key's gonna go here. There's my key. And I think some of these, all of them except two, this one and this one, you see how they've got centers on them? They've got these little gold balls. Leave those two flowers with the center balls on there. But the other flowers that we've picked out, we're going to go ahead and cut them off, but we're going to be careful because we're going to use them. We're going to try to be careful anyway. So we're just going to remove that center ball. Because these flowers are going to be like tucked in and around places, so this way we can use those balls as embellishments other places on the cover. Cut this one off. Whoop, did I cut through the flower? I might have. Some of them pull off a little bit easier than the others. Oh, I guess I could have just pulled some of them off. Okay. So the only flower I think that we're cutting in half is this mint green one. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to cut this little soft mint green, not, you know, the lighter mint green. I'm going to go ahead and do that because I know that one of these is going up under here, like that. So you're only going to see half of it. And then this pink flower, I think is going to be like there. And then, oh, Santy Poo is going to be right there. Like that. And then this is going, okay, I'm getting carried away. I'm getting carried away. All right. So I forgot, I need to add these in. All right, let me move my flowers. So that sucker's going there. Let me move my Santy. And then this one's going here, like that. And then does this one, am I gonna have this as a removable tag? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and tack these two down because that's where I want them to be. I don't want to have to keep messing with them and moving them about. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna tack this one to that one. Like that. And then I'm just going to attach this corner and this corner and leave that middle open and see if I want to have this as a removable tag. See, I might have to cut it a little bit shorter. I'm definitely going to have to cut these a little shorter. We'll see. So I'm going to leave it just like that. So can y'all see that? So I just tacked it with glue right here and at the top here, and then I tacked this top one to this one there. So that's what I did. Okay, I think I'm going to switch to my what's this stuff called, you guys? Fabri-Tac, because I think I'm just going to start adding things. I'm going to add the Santa first, and I think I'm just going to glue him in the center for right now. And he's going to go right here, I think. He's so cute. Santa's so cute. Have him right there. And I think also I'm going to go ahead and add this cheer. I'm going to add it right here at the bottom of him, so his little straight line there doesn't look so weird. Like that, right? Oh, that one is cut in half. Okay. So this little dude here, I'm going to cut him in half. This one doesn't have any gold on it. He's going to go right under here, under the cheer, and a little bit under that seam binding. So there, looks like that. So we're kind of disguising the fact that Santa doesn't have a bottom. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and tack this key down because it's going to need some time to dry. But also, this will also give me a chance so I can move things around if I need to. And he's going to go right there, like that. So cute. Alright, so one of these green ones that we cut in half, the little soft mint green. Again, I'm going to go ahead and tuck this under here, like this, and tuck it under that seam binding just a little bit. And then I'm going to take this pink flower that's got polka dots on it, and I'm going to tuck him under Santa's head here and over top of the seam binding ever so slightly, like that. Then I'm going to take this green one that we left the center ball thingy. I'm going to tuck it underneath here, I think. Do a little bit of something like that. This is so cute. I'm going to take this other pink one that we left the center on, and I'm going to kind of overlap the key a little bit. Just a little bit. Like that. This pink one, we did take the center out of this because you're not going to see it. We're going to stick him under Santa. Come on, glue. Oh, I don't want to cover up that hole reinforcement. Careful. I mean, that's, you know, makes it part of the pretty, right? Actually, I think it's supposed to be down here more. Whoa. There we go. There we go. And then, let's see. Did I get one too many flowers? I think I did. Did I cut the wrong flower in half? I don't remember. Okay, so the other half of this piece that we cut, I'm going to stick some glue on it. The green one that we cut in half. I am going to try and stick this under this top tag that we have here, like that. Yeah. So I did get a flower too many. Oh well. So we got that going. Alright, so then I'm going to take these little balls that we took off. That's too much glue. And I'm just going to place them in random places. So I'm going to put one up there. And then I'm going to put one down here, I think. Like that. And this is one of the things I love about Fabri-Tac. It gives you a minute to move stuff around. Uh-oh. Got stuff stuck to me. I think I'm going to take one of these little smaller ones. Ooh, lots of glue. Let's see if I can get it in this little bit there. I'm trying not to make too big a mess. And I'm going to stick this, I wish I had tweezers, down here like that. I feel like I can add, we're going to add, I got those two more. I can add another little one up the top there. So this way you don't waste anything. And then I got one more. Where can I put this little dude? Should I put him over this away somewhere? Maybe I won't add it. I'm feeling like I'm not going to add it. That's what I'm feeling like. Okay. Oh, you know what I could do? I could just put it back on this flower that I wasn't supposed to take it off of in the first place. There. I had one extra. Okay. So there's that. Okay, I took a break for a minute to let everything dry just a little. I'm going to go back through here and I'm going to rough up some of these edges. From the tags that we put on here. Oh, I can't grab that one. Because what I'm going to do now, the last step for this cover is I'm going to add some gesso to it. So I'm going to see if, I'm pretty sure my, oh, it is still wet. Sweet. Okay. I actually recorded 2 videos today, and I don't know if you know it or not, this is dry, but if you are going to be using your gesso several times in a day, if you take something and wet it, paper towel down or baby wipe or whatever, and lay it over top, it helps keep it wet longer. So I lucked out and mine stayed slightly damp. So I'm gonna grab something just to sit underneath my album here. Oh, I just got my tripod. Whoops. So all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take some of that gesso and I'm just gonna hit some of the high points of this cover. Ooh, too much. And if you get too much, you just wipe it off. And you can go back and do this. I'm even going to get the little binder clip. Get some gesso on that. You can go back and do this as many times as you want, because, you know, gesso, as it dries, sometimes it lightens or becomes more transparent almost, depending on the situation. I'm going to get my seam binding. So it just kind of all goes together once you kind of hit it with the gesso. I'm going to get the tags. Maybe not so crazy on the tags. Let me pull out tag there. I'm going to hit, uh-oh, did I glue it in? Oh, I did. Okay, well, it's not going to be pull out tag anymore. I glued it in down there. So let me go ahead and just tack it down so I don't keep trying to pull it out. That happens. You just got to go with the flow. So I'm just going to go through. I'm going to get the little bulldog clip a little bit there. I'm going to get the jingle bell. Make sure I get the key, get that chair a little bit. So you can go as heavy or as gentle as you want. Make sure I get the seam binding here. Just adds to the shabby. I think, anyway, that one's a little long. I think I'm going to cut that a little shorter. The baker's twine that was on that, right? So, I'm going to have to glue that baker's twine. Get the flowers just a little bit. So now it looks kind of frosty. Alright, so I'm going to turn it and do a little bit of that to the spine piece. You can be a little bit more careful if you want to when you're doing it, but the messier the better for me. And then, oh, I guess I could take that out now. And then I'm going to come to the back side here, and I'm going to do the same thing. First, I'm going to take that out. I'm going to hit this cutout piece here just a little bit. You'd be surprised at how big of a difference it makes when you just add this little bit of a detail. I'm going to get that closure string. Right, and then I'm also even going to I'm going to get this paper clip just a little bit, and maybe even a little bit on these, just a little. So it kind of looks like that, right? Oops, got a little bit too much on Santa there. So look at that, doesn't that look cute? Just changed it up. So I love that. If you don't like that, you don't have to do it, but I personally like the look of it. Well, I keep getting too much on Santa. The cheer should be popped up a little bit more. And it doesn't look like I put very much glue on the cheer. I might have to fix that. And I wonder, did I get the back side? Let me get the back side of this clip here. Like that. Uh-oh. And then I'm going to flip it over, and I'm going to hit the inside here, the seam binding, just a little bit. Shabby that up, and then I'm going to flip it back here, and I'm going to do the same to this. Again, if you don't want to do that, you do not have to. It's totally fine. I need that to dry. So I'm going to hang tight for a minute and let that dry. Okay. So that's the covers, you guys. What do you think? Do you like it? So I want to show you how to use page 13. So this is a tag pocket insert. So this is page 13, and I printed off the coffee stain onto white cardstock. So I'm going to show you how to do that. And then if you have a kit, these are already printed out for you. But what I did was I took 4 sheets from the Santa Baby collection, paper collection, cut it down to 8.5 by 11, and printed page number 17 onto 4 of them. So it's an envelope is what it is. Envelope insert type thing. But you'll notice, like I had said before, these were the rough versions. There's no tickets on the side of here. So, you know, if you have the kit, then you won't have these extra tickets. But if you're following along and you're just printing them out as you go, then you will have all these extra tickets, which would be cool. I'm not going to print, I guess I could, I wonder. No, I better not, because I might have shifted it. Yeah, I was thinking, ooh, I should print that off onto these pages, but I'm not going to. Okay, so it depends on what you want. I am going to make one of page 13, and then I'm going to make one of page 17. And then I'm going to try to decide what I want to do. If I want to do 2 envelopes and 2 tag inserts, we'll see. But let me show you how to put these together. Super, super easy. So I'm going to get my Fiskars paper trimmer out. And you'll notice on page 13, and this is true for a lot of my templates now, you'll see that this tab right here, you can't see the line that's supposed to be here, but that is a tab. And so is this one on this end. Can you see that? That's the way it's supposed to be. So don't think that your templates aren't printing out correctly. That is the way it's supposed to be. So anytime you see that, you'll know that, oh, okay, that's a tab. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to separate this little mini envelope away from the insert here. And I'm going to put that aside. And then I'm going to go ahead and trim this out. Oh, be careful. Don't trim that tab off. Now, if you don't want this to be a pocket, you can trim your tabs off. Okay, so then the next thing I want to do is I'm going to trim the rest of these. People ask me about my scissors all the time. I need to see if I can find them and put them in my Amazon list. But I'm going to try to get it up super close to you guys so you can see the name. I think it's called Mundial. They're fabric scissors, I do believe. But as you can see, I'm using them for paper. And I'm totally fine with that. Okay, so if you didn't want this to be a pocket, you could cut this whole piece off and just have that part as a insert, or you can use your traceable template and just trace out your inserts to make them look like a large tag like that. Lots of options. So I'm just going to go ahead and trim the rest of this out here. Ooh, I didn't do a very good job. And I'm going to grab my EK Tools scoreboard. And I'm going to score here. Score here. And score here. Whoa. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is prep my score marks here. I'm just going to fill those 2 tabs in. And then I'm going to fold the pocket up, just like that. Right, so I'm going to take my Distress Oxide. This is Walnut Stain Distress Oxide. I'm going to take this and I'm going to take the white edge off of this part right here. And I'm going to ink the edges of this part. I think I am going to go ahead and matte. Not right now, not right this second, I mean. But I am going to matte the inside. I think that'd be pretty. Right, so that's not hard. And so then I'm going to take some tape. This is a double-sided scrapbook.com tape. And I'm going to put it on this tab. Whoa. And this tab. These are Tim Holtz mini snips, titanium, gosh, Teflon bone folder. Love that thing. I love it, love it, love it. Alright, so I'm going to take the tape backing off. And I'm going to close it up just like this. Okay, so I'm going to get my workbook back out because, what page is that? 13. I think I am going to mat it. But I also want to mark, let's see. I'm going to take, so this is, if you were just wanting to trace out an insert, you know, that's why I've got a white copy for the tag pocket envelope, because if I just want, you know, a large tag for the insert, then I can just trace this out. And then this is the mat for page 13, which is on 14M. So I've just got them stacked on top of each other. But I'm going to grab both of them really quick because I'm going to measure the center so that I can punch a hole. And that way I can mark things correctly. I need my glasses. Let's see. Scoot it this way. I'm going to try and see if I can't get this. So this is a Tim Holtz ruler, and it's got the center mark there. So I'm going to go, let me put some lead in my pencil. I'm going to go 3/8 of an inch in and see what that looks like. I'm going to take one of my hole reinforcements. Oh, you know what? Let's do green just because it'd be prettier. It'd be prettier. Alright, so it looks like 3/8 of an inch may not have been enough. So I'm going to hold it up to the camera in just a sec so you can see what I'm talking about. So put this back. So my mark is up just a little too high. You see that little mark? It's not in the center of the hole reinforcement. It would have overlapped the mat, and I didn't want that. So anyway, so let me make sure I've got this mat on here where I want it. Almost. So this is a template so I can use it to find my center easily. But I gotta make sure my mat's on there correct before I punch a hole. And I'm gonna punch a hole through there. And I didn't need to put a hole reinforcement on there, but I did. So, cause it's pretty. Okay, so now I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna lay it on here. And I'm gonna mark my hole. Maybe. Just like that. Ugh. Maybe if I hold it. No, that's not going to help. So I marked my hole. And then, I think once again, I'll use a green one. Like that. I'm going to punch it all the way through. You see? Flip it over, put another one. Doesn't that look cool? Isn't that the coolest background? I just love it. Okay. Alright, so now I am going to mat that right there. Let me put this back and get the other part. Oh no, this is the part I need. Yeah, Jen. Goodness. Because I was thinking I needed to get a different guys. I'll tell you what, I'm a little discombobulated. There's no doubt. Alright, now I just need to find some paper. I'm going to use, I think I'm going to use this one. Oh, that's cute. Little Santas. Maybe I can proportion it just right to where we can have a little roll of Santas on there. So I'm going to take the matte for page 13, which is 14M, and I'm going to lay it on here and mark it. I'm going to get another pencil. So I'm not going to go past where we punched the hole. There's no need. So I'm just going to mark up to that area and be done, I think. Maybe not, because you're going to be able to see down. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay. And if it doesn't look good, then we'll fix it. Alright, so I'm just going to use my scissors right now because I can. We'll just cut this straight line right here. Like that. And then I'm going to cut that diagonal. I think this will be cute right there. Right. Oh, it does. It goes past anyway. Well, shoot. Did I go down further than I thought I was gonna? It's alright. I'll poke another hole. Yeah, look it. That's cute. I like that. Okay, so I'm gonna ink this up real quick. You guys are gonna have to forgive me. Really, it's hard for me to think right now. So, you guys are just gonna have to go with the flow with me here and hope it doesn't get too sideways. Alright, so now I'm just gonna take some art glitter glue or AGG glue. I'm gonna get it down to the tip because I'm almost out of this bottle. Okay. I'm just going to put a little along that bottom there. Alright. Oh my gosh. So cute. So cute. And then I'm going to re-punch that hole. Just like that. Oh my gosh. Yes! Okay. Move all this stuff. How did I collect so many things already? I want to get some baker's twine and use it as the pull. And this is just pink and white baker's twine. I have some linked in my Amazon list. I also have some pink and white, what's it called? Washi. Pink and white striped washi linked in my Amazon list. It's not the Prima, but I think it's, I just think it's cute. I think that somebody needs to come out with a full collection of striped, you know, pink and white, green and white, yellow and white, brown and white, washi collection, don't you think? I think so. Okay, so now I want to show you the insert, or possible insert for this tag pocket, and that is on page 15. So 15 has a bunch of tags on it. This is a like top loading tag, which means the whole reinforcement part would be up here. This one's like a side, so the whole reinforcement would be over here. This one could go either way. It's up to you. But what I did was I printed this onto white cardstock with the coffee stained background, right? And then I took my shades of color. Now, I want to give you guys a little tip on anytime you're using a printable color, like these shades of colors are, they're subject to your printer. So the black, for example, might be a little more green or a little more blue or a little brownish looking, depending on your printer. Now, currently, my printer is low on yellow toner. So what I did was I printed these shades of color onto white cardstock, because it does matter when you print onto cardstock versus paper versus copy paper versus good quality paper. It does change the color slightly. So what I suggest you do is, when you're trying to match a color to whatever paper collection you're using, print these. There's, you know, this set of colors come with these index sheets. Print them onto whatever paper you're going to be using, and that way, and write on it, because I wrote on here 12/7/18 low on yellow ink. I should have put toner, but anyway, so I printed them all off, and then I determined which green worked best with the Santa Baby paper collection. So what I did was, after I printed page 15 off, I flipped it over and printed printed color number 25 from the shades of color. Now, your printer might print number 23 perfectly for the Santa Baby. So I advise you to, and you can just print out, if you're just trying to print out the green, you know, you can just print out the one page to see which one matches perfectly with your collection. But for right now, my printer prints off page 25 of the shades of color, perfectly matching this paper collection. So I just kind of wanted to give you guys a little bit of a hint on how to match up your shades of color, a little tip there, to whatever paper collection that you're using, and to where it actually matches. Because my 25 might be matching perfectly, and your 25 might be way off. So with mine being low on the yellow toner, this is how it printed out, and it printed out perfectly for what I'm doing. I hope that made perfect sense to you guys. I'm trying to make sense. I will have my shades of color linked below if you guys are interested. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to move my book here, and I'm going to cut this top one out. We're going to use that. I'm going to put my glasses on. We're going to use this as the insert, and we're not going to mat it. We're just going to leave it as is. So you could use the mat for this insert. You could use that. You could lay that over top of a photo, trace it out, and that could be your mat for your insert, is the actual photo itself. That's a lot of fun to do. You guys should give that a try. Not mat everything like these inserts and things, and leave them open for you to use your photos as mats. Just my thoughts. So now I'm going to take this one, and actually I'm going to ink this backside. I need to put more ink on my pad there. So, let's see. I'm not going to mat mine right now, and I'm not going to add a photo to it right now. But there's where it goes. Now, you can put yourself a hole reinforcement here and pull it, you know, have a pull. But again, I'm not going to do that right now, because if I do mat it, I would have to take that hole reinforcement off and replace my hole in a different spot and all of that. So I'm just going to leave it unmatted. Doesn't that look cool? I think it's so cool. All right, let's put it in the book. So it goes in here like this. And so it sticks out just ever so slightly, as much as you want it to, or as less as you want it to. Let's see, let's put it in the second one. Right, so there's that type of insert, which is super fun. Super easy. So now let me show you, I'm going to put this over here in the stuff that I can use in my book. Or that I might use in my book. So now I'm going to show you how to put one of these envelopes together. So I'm just going to pick one and put the other three aside. I'll do the other three off camera. I think I'm just going to use my scissors on this. So again, the line for the tab is missing over here. So I'm going to leave it on. I'm not going to cut that off. And it's supposed to be that way. So I'm just going to trim this out all the way around. Put these things aside here. Then I'm going to get my scoreboard out. And I'm going to score all of the lines, both tabs, and these two lines here. One there, one there. And we'll score this one. And this one. I'm going to go ahead and prep these two tabs. So, you know, you could do a mixture of envelopes, tag pocket inserts, and just large tag inserts. You can do a mixture of all those different types of inserts throughout your book. So you don't, if you didn't want to, you do not have to print all 4 of these envelopes. I think I'm going to have it that way. So I'm going to go ahead and ink the cut edges here on this. Since it's already printed off with the distress edges, I just want to take down that white, maybe the inside here. I want to ink up a little bit. That might be it. I need to get me a new sponge for my blending tool there. Alright, and then once again on these tabs, I'm going to take some tape. And I'm going to apply it to each tab. Like that. And fold it over. I didn't score mine very good, but that's okay. It happens. These are handmade items. They are not meant to be perfect. They're meant to be special. So, okay. This does not really need a closure because it will be in a pocket. So you don't really have to put a closure in it if you really don't want to. Just wanted to point that out. Alright, let me see about an insert here. Okay, so the insert for this is on page 19, and what I did the same thing. I printed the coffee stained page 19, so this is the insert for the envelope. And on the back side, I printed number 25 shades of color green. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to trim this one out, and that'll be my insert for inside this envelope. So once again, I'm just going to take my scissors and trim them out. Alright, I'm going to ink this side here. And, oops, the scissors cut into it weird. And once again, I'm not going to put the hole reinforcement on it just yet because I may use a picture as the mat for one of these sides. Or it might just be used for journaling. It doesn't have to have a picture or a mat or anything. I could just write info on there. And you can put as many of these as you want that'll fit in here. I'm going to have the green side, so the green side showing. So if it had a hole reinforcement, wouldn't that look super cute? Sticking out right there. I just think it's cute. Okay, so there's that. So I'm going to go ahead and stick, whoa, I got stuff falling over here. I'm going to go ahead and stick that. These will also fit in these little half pockets that we made, which is super cute. But that's for the large glassine bag part, or page, not part. So, like I said, I think I'm going to reserve, I don't know. I really like these little tag pocket inserts. I might do 2 of these and then 2 of these as the inserts because I really think they're cute. But I'm not going to do that on camera. But if you have the kit, this is what you were provided. You were provided the 4 envelopes. Let's see. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to choose another one of the envelopes and then I'm going to make another one of these because I think it's cute. That's what I'm doing. Decision made. But again, not going to do that on camera. And we have some of the inserts. I did 2 on camera and then I did the other 2 off. So we did some of the large pocket, side pocket inserts, which I just adore. This side pocket, no, tag pocket insert. I just think it's super cute. Let's just do that. Let's just start by making some tags and some, you know, decorating some of the spaces that are in here without, you know, going overboard. So what I think we'll do, we'll just start over here and we'll make some tags and then, well, some inserts and tags. So what we're going to need is this page. Let's see, what is it, this page? I'm pretty sure. Page number 15, which we actually already have some printed out from some of the inserts for the envelopes. Or actually inserts for the, not the envelopes, the tag pocket insert. We're going to be using this insert right here. But I'm also thinking we're going to be tracing some. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this one. I'm thinking, yeah, because this is insert number 2. We're going to use insert number 1 too a couple times, but we're going to be using this, and I think we're going to use, since we've got 2 of these, I think we're going to use these as well. And then we're also going to be using these 2 tags here, which I'm going to grab that one too. So this is tag insert 3. So I'm just going to grab both of those. Okay, so in my original, which is this one here. This is the one, the prototype that I made for the Made-A-Con in September. I used the shipping tags, which, and if you actually got a kit from that class, then you'll have these shipping tags included. But the shipping tag is the same as insert number 3 that's on page 15. So you can just use this if you wanted to. If you wanted to get that same look of a shipping tag, you could, I grabbed a piece here. You can just get a piece of cream colored cardstock, trace it out, and it looks almost the same. Let me show you. It's super close. I mean, the shipping tags are just a little bit darker and they have that, they have this, what is that called? Hole reinforcement thingy. It's more of a reddish tone, and they have that on there, and they already have a string. So if you don't have the shipping tags, then you can just make your own. But I might do a combination of both because I have the shipping tags and I also want to trace some. So we'll see. Okay, so let's see. The first thing I want to do is I want to get some of the journaling cards. So there was a whole set of, I don't have the package, but this is the 4x6 journaling cards for, oops, did I grab the wrong thing? 4x6 journaling cards that were part of the collection. So it's like a whole pad. So we're going to be using some of these for the tags as well, which makes it super convenient. We're actually going to be using that. And then while I'm getting stuff out, I'm going to go ahead and grab some other things like the ephemera pieces. I don't think I used many of the acetate ones, but I know I used a lot of these die cut cardstock pieces. So I'm just going to go ahead and take those out. And I'm going to grab my stickers and I'm going to grab my washi tape. and some baker's twine, even though that's probably not going to be enough. So I'm just going to have everything close by, and then I've got my flowers up here. I still don't have my box cleaned out so that I can just have it all in there. So I'm just kind of going with the flow here. So I might move those out of the way for now. I have my hoe reinforcements. I have cut out, these are the inset photo, like the faux inset. Let me show you. In the template, it is page 22. So you just need 4 of these, and I also am gonna need the traceable inside part. So you just need 4 of these for this album. So I'm gonna grab that. I've already cut those 4 out. And then these are the satin crystals. I'm gonna grab those. I think that might be it for now. Oh, and my shipping tags. Whoops. I'm gonna grab these. I got a pile of shipping tags. And I also have a pile of the journaling cards sitting over to the side. So I'm just gonna have everything close by so that I can grab and we can just create, we can just go with the flow and create. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'm gonna sit these pieces over here. So the first tag we're gonna make is this one, and it's gonna go in this pocket right here. I don't have one planned for this back pocket here, but we'll get to that after we do everything else. So I wanna start with these 2 pockets here. So I wanna make a tag for here and a couple tags for here. So I'm gonna start with this journaling card. It says, the most wonderful time, wait a minute, what's that say? The most wonderful time of the year, which is cute. So I'm gonna take, oh, you know what I need to do first? Before I trace, I need to mark for my hoe reinforcement. I can't decide. So I'm gonna go ahead and mark it. Grab a pencil, mark the center just a little bit. I didn't add the hoe reinforcements to the printable template so that you could do it or not do it. It would be totally up to you. You wouldn't have to work around it if you didn't want it. So I'm just gonna mark the center, and I am gonna grab one of my hoe reinforcements here and put that down before I punch the hole. You didn't have to use one of the green ones. You can just use a regular one if you want to, but that sure does make it pretty. All right, so now I'm gonna lay this away because this is gonna be coming out of the left side. So I'm just gonna lay this on here. It looks like it's a little bit bigger than the 4x6 card, but that's okay. I don't mind that. I'm just going to center it on here as best I can. You could use, if you wanted to, instead of using the 4x6 cards, you could use, you know, a full sheet and trace it out of the full sheet. That will work as well. So all I'm going to do now is I'm just going to oh, look what I did. I wasn't paying attention. I'm not going to, let's see, I'm going to erase. That's what I'm going to do right now. I need to go from the other end, I think. Shoot. All right, start over here. See, I'm a little discombobulated. Because this has words on it, I'm going to try and get all the wording. So I just need to shift it. So I'm just going to trace it out like this. There we go. Now I've got most of the wording. Just cutting off just a little bit of just a little bit, not too bad. I can deal with that. Okay. So I'm going to put one of the, do I want to do brown? Let's do brown. You can do whatever color you want. I'm just going to use this brown color that I use the walnut stain, Distress Oxide walnut stain to color. And then I'm going to do brown on the back side. Okay, so I am going to take my walnut stain, Distress Oxide by Ranger, and I'm going to ink the edges front and back. Okay, before I put string and stuff in there, I'm just going to go ahead and make the tags. So that one's going to be going in there, and then we're going to be using one of the shipping tags, or you can use tag insert number 3. Again, it's the same size as the shipping tag. So if you wanted to make your own little shipping tags, then grab this traceable template here. But since I have shipping tags, I'm going to go ahead and use it, but I'm going to take the string off because, matter of fact, you can cut that string in half and use it on 2 tags because it is a lot of string for one little tag. And I think what I'm going to do for this one, and I was grabbing some of my scraps. So this one, I don't remember what this one was from. This is from something. I don't know if it was from, it's from this. It's from this envelope here. So I'm just going to grab some scraps that I have sitting over here. And I'm just going to take it and I'm going to, first I'm going to cut this piece off. And I'm going to tear the bottom. Like that. I'm going to take my ink. I'm just going to ink that torn edge there. And then I'm going to take, this is just art glitter glue. Art glitter glue. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put some glue on the tag itself. Like this. And I'm not going to go too far down because this isn't a very big piece. So I'm just going to lay this on here like that. I guess I could scoot it up just a little. Right, and then I'm going to trim the excess off. Put that aside. You never know when you might need that. So then I got something that looks like that. I'm going to go ahead and poke the hole back. And then before, let's see, before we do anything else, I think you're going to take this coffee mug here. Isn't that cute? And we're going to like tie that onto there. But I do need to get a hole poked there, and I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my craft knife and you can see where it's got like a little handle there. I'm going to try to poke through that so that we can run some string through there. So I'm just going to take my craft knife. Yeah, so I can get some string through that. No big deal. Okay, so I think first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ink. Whoa. I'm going to ink this up. I better go ahead and ink these edges up too. So then that's going to go there. So I'm just going to take one of those pieces that I cut in half there. No biggie. And I'm going to string it through. I'm going to try to anyway. Alright, and so that's going to be that tag. Just that simple. I'm going to put a little dab of glue on here, just so it doesn't shift too bad. Right, and so that's going to go there, like that. Right, easy. And then I'm thinking that the other piece I need to stick in here is a journaling card. Let me double check. Yes, it is. So this is a piece where we use this piece we used on the back cover and this piece we used on the front cover. We're going to be using this bottom piece as a journaling card, which is why I've got it tagged. But we're also going to be using this piece as a journaling card. So it says "Be Jolly." So I'm just gonna. I didn't purchase the 3x4 journaling cards. So if you have those would probably work too. But I just figured since we're cutting into this paper, we might as well use the stuff that's in here. So I didn't even cut it very well. That's okay. You know what? I might even just round these corners just a little bit. I don't know why. And I'm going to ink it up. Front and back. Right, and then that goes in there. So there's 3 inserts for that spot right there. And then I want to put a little decoration here. So out of the ephemera pieces, I'm going to put this little Santa, this little Santa guy here. Alright, so I think all I'm going to do is just ink him up a little bit. Right, and then I think I'm going to stick him right here. He's so cute. He's so cute. I'm going to use the Fabric by Beacon for this because I am going to be gluing down to that seam binding. So I'm going to grab this one. Okay, so I'm just going to stick him right here. Like that. I kind of want this bow. Maybe I can stick his arm through the bow. I kind of like the way that bow looks. Or it kind of looks like maybe he's, you know, holding on to that. That's cute. I like it. Okay, so then let's move on over to here. Oh, no, wait. I forgot. Let's do some baker's twine for this little tag here. You don't need much. I'm going to have to get me some more, I think, because I don't have enough. Let's try that again. But you can get like a whole big thing of pink and white baker's twine for pretty cheap. Well, pretty cheap. 10 bucks, maybe. But you'll never run out. So I'm going to add that over here. I've got that linked in my Amazon list as well. And then over here we're going to use one of the Instat embellishments. We're going to stick that right here. I'm going to go ahead and glue that down actually. And obviously I have all of this already, most of, 90% of this is planned out already, which is why how I can, just kind of keep going, go with the flow. So I'm just going to attach that down there, and then I'm going to grab, I have the washi tape. This is the washi tape that was part of the collection. So I'm going to grab a little bit of this little heart looking washi, and I'm going to stick that on top to where it looks like I've taped it down with the washi. And And then I'm going to grab this pink and white stripe that I'm going to use on the bottom here. And to hold that down like that. And then as an extra little detail, I'm going to try to find the end of this. It's like a little macaroon. Is this it right? No, that's a teeny tiny little macaroon print. So I'm going to add a little bit of this just for a little bit more detail. Oops, I got too much. Kind of like this. And I'm going to stick this little piece that the little extra that I had, I'm going to stick that back onto this really heavy acetate tag that we made. I also want to trace out some of the pattern paper from there, or from the scraps to put there. So I think I'm going to grab, oh, that's almost the right size. How much are we off? Just a smidge. I'm going to go ahead and try to use the skinnier part up here, like this. So I'm just going to lay that down, even though it's a little smaller than my template, my traceable template. I'm just going to lay that down there. Let's see if it even matters. Right, and cut that. You could also use this as a place to put your pictures. So you use this traceable template, lay it down on your photographs, and you can cut out specific areas, and that would be your Instep photo. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and glue that down right there. It's a little bit off, but I'm okay with it. Glue that down, and then I'm going to grab my flowers. I don't remember which flowers I want to use. Maybe this one right here. I like that flower. And I also want to get out my Say It in crystals. Same thing. I'm going to tack them down to the packaging really quick, just so I don't have to keep taking them out of the package. So I'm going to stick that there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this guy here with a Say It in crystal. I'm going to try to anyway. I might have to cut him off. Let's see. But I'm going to use that as another embellishment as well. So you don't want it to go too far. Okay. So I got that. And I think what I'll do is I'm going to use one of these pink Say It in crystals. I'm going to put a little dab of glue here. And I'm going to use one of the medium size crystals. Even though there's some sticky on the back there, I don't trust it to hold. So I'm just going to use that and replace the center with the pink Say It in crystal. So it looks like that. Isn't it cute? Oops. There we go. And I think he's going to go right here. He or she, whatever you want to call it. And then I'm going to put, let's go ahead and glue it down. Why not? Since I already know what I'm doing, let's just go ahead and just keep going. Go with the flow. Then I'm going to put another little Say It in crystal here, and then maybe replace that piece that I just cut off the center. Maybe put that here as well. Oh, that's sticking up quite a bit. Okay, I think I just want one of the little small white ones. My fingernails kind of get in the way for this kind of stuff sometimes. So I'm just going to stick that there. Like that. It's so cute. I'm gonna grab a sticker. This is also from the collection. These are, there's 44 snowflake stickers on here, and they're such a pretty color, I think. Like this, oh, oops, I messed that one up a little bit. Like this gold color, it's like a champagne color. So I'm gonna lay this up here, like it's coming off of there. Look at that. So see how quick and easy we did that? Fantastic. All right, so let me move these again. And then let's think about the tags that are going in here. So I'm gonna need another journaling card. So this is the Mary and Joy journaling card. On the back, they're all pink and white polka dots. So again, I'm gonna take my traceable template, and this one's gonna be coming this way. So I just wanna make sure that I get everything that I want on there, all of the verbiage. And again, my 4x6 card's a little bit smaller than my traceable template, but that's okay. That teeny smidge, like it's like a 1/16 of something, isn't gonna hurt anything. So I'm gonna cut this out. It's just the 4x6 journaling cards just make it easier and faster, you know. All right, so I'm gonna put a green hole reinforcement this time. Okay, and then on the back, I'm gonna do brown. Whoops, wrong place. That. And so that one will be here, like that. I'll ink it in just a minute. And then we're gonna do another shipping tag. Or do I want to use one of those ones we already, let's see, let me find, what do we got going on here? Oh, that's awful cute the way it is. Okay. Then we're going to do, that's not the piece I was looking for. Okay, we have some large cut off pieces from where we cut 12 by 12s down to 8.5 by 11 to fit through our printer. So I grabbed those two because we're going to use those on these tags as well. So I think for this one, I think we're going to put this down here like this, and then we're going to cover this edge with the other part of it. So let's do that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to guess here. Oops. You know what I need to do? I need to take that string out. Like that. So I'm just going to take this and lay that down. Again, you could trace it out if you wanted to. Whatever floats your boat. So this video is just really going to be super laid back. So depending on how many it's going to take to finish embellishing this, just know that we're just going to be super laid back about this. And then I think I'm going to use, I might not. What else? What was I going to use? Let me see. No, that's it. So this is just one of the journaling cards from that same piece that we've used on the cover. So this is the 3x4 journaling card. I must have, when I was, you know, it's really nice when you're like at this point and you can just go through and just start adding and creating and making things look pretty. You can just go with the flow, not really care about anything, you know, turn some music on and just chill. So that's basically what happened when I went through and finished up this album, which it was great. It was really nice just to be able to do that, just to be able to be laid back and do that. So I think you guys should do the same. You don't have to follow exactly what I'm doing, but just grab all your extra pieces, all your leftover stuff. But the only thing is though, when I did the other album, I went and did all the large tags first, and then I came back and used scraps and things for this type of thing. So you might want to do that instead of just follow me, but since I'm following what I did before, I'm okay. But you can do that too if you'd like. You can just follow me and do what I'm doing, and that's totally fine. So I'm just going to trim the excess off once again. Of course, if you traced out your tag, you could trace out the whole tag onto that striped paper. That would be fine too. Instead of like, what do we call this? Matting. It's kind of like a matting of sorts. But it's super fast. Alright, let me go ahead and pop this hole here. Look at that. And then I'm going to use a green hole reinforcement for this one. And so then that will go there. Alright, so let me go ahead and ink both of these pieces up. Okay, so I went ahead and put the pink and white Baker's Twine on the large tag there. And then here, I used the other half of the string that came off of the, what is this called? Came off of the shipping tag. But I wanted to tell you, if you didn't already have your shipping tags and you were making your own tags, oh, where did it go? And you didn't have the string, you can get, this is just plain natural Baker's Twine. You can get this and use this instead, or you can use crochet thread. This is really thin. Whoops, there's a needle in there. This is really thin crochet thread, but you could get thicker kind and use that as well. But I did want to point that out, that you can use this type of Baker's Twine, just a natural. Okay, so next step, we're going to do a little decoration here. Let me flip my page so I can keep us on task. We're going to be using one of the die cuts, and it looks like, there it is. We're going to be using this die cut. It's like four little banners, and then we're also going to be using this tag here that says Be Jolly. Can you see that? It says Be Jolly. Alright, we're going to poke that. So these were all part of the ephemera. We're going to be using both of those. Scoot that back out of the way. Real simple. I'm just going to ink this up. I'm going to ink this up on both sides. If you wanted to, you could totally back that. Okay, and then I'm going to ink this flag up just a little bit. This flag, this little banner thing. Okay, so now I'm just going to take this and I'm going to put some glue on this bow area and that bow area, and I'm just going to kind of slant it over here in this corner like that, right? And then this tag will go in there like that. So I am gonna go ahead, I think I'll use some of this natural Baker's Twine. I am gonna put a little bit of a pull on there so that you know that it's supposed to be removable. I could have put a hole reinforcement on there too, but we're just going to leave it like that. Okay. So then that goes there, and that's it. Looks just like that. Simple, easy. Okay, so moving on to this page back here. Yeah, okay. trying to see what's got me. Oh. Alright, so moving on to back here, we are going to be using another journaling card. You all should see my space. It has definitely been a bit of a whirlwind around here lately. Okay, so this is the journaling card we're going to be using back here. Okay, that's when I took it out of the pad, some of the glue got stuck to the top of my paper here, my journaling card. And we're literally just going to ink this up, washi tape the top of it, and it's going to be a flip up. So you could put a picture here, put a picture here, put a picture here. You could journal here, what have you. So it gives you more space to put cool things. So I'm going to ink this up front and back really quick. Isn't the Santa in this collection just so cute? I just love the vintage flowers and the vintage looking Santa combination. It's just so pretty. And it's not just like poinsettias. It's actually, you know, like roses and stuff. I just think it's so pretty. Good combination, in my opinion. Alright, so where's my washi? Where did I do with my washi? It's over here. I'm going to take a little bit of washi and I'm going to put it on one side. I'm going to bring the book closer to me. I'm going to put it at a slant. And I'm just going to tape that down right there. And you may want to give it a really good burnish. And I may, matter of fact, I'm going to do that right now. So I'm going to flip this up like that. And then I'm going to just add just a teeniest bit of glue right there at that seam where the washi makes contact to the page itself and the journaling card. See, I'm just having a hard time with words today. Okay, so now I'm going to get another piece of washi tape and I'm going to go on this side. Try to go right in the same area there. Oops. And do the same thing. Place that down and I'm going to give it a good burnish. So then I'm going to flip that back and burnish again. And now we have a cute little flip up spot, which I think is adorable. Okay, next page. Again, we're going to start with one of the Instat photos. And I think I'm going to put it right here and go in the opposite direction. So I'm going to go ahead and glue this down. If you wanted to, you could leave this open, like just have it glued down top and bottom, and it could be like a little place to tuck. But I'm not going to. So the first thing I'm going to do is glue this. A little bit too much of an angle. Then I'm going to take some of the washi. I'm going to get a piece like that. And then I'm going to actually tear this in half. So one piece on top, piece on the bottom, just like that. And then I'm going to take one of the flowers. That looks, and just literally just go ahead and I'm going to glue that down. We're going to keep this one just a little bit simpler, I think. I say that. We're not going to put anything here, but as long as you keep your glue on one side, you can totally, at some point, take this, trace your picture out, and then you can slide that in under there and attach down, and nobody be the wiser. Okay, so then I grabbed this little thing here, the Perfect Christmas from the ephemera pack, and I'm going to ink this up really quick. I forgot to tell you guys, I inked all those edges already prior to on the Instat photos. I just took the white off the edge. So I think for this one, we're going to go ahead and do the two ends. We're going to tack those down. I'm going to go across the bottom like this, I think. Like that. That way, if you wanted to stick something under there, you totally could. Then we're going to take the satin crystals and we're going to put a dot of glue on each end of that, and we're going to go and get 2 teeny of these green ones, and we're going to put those down on the ends to where it looks like that's what's holding it down, is those teeny tiny little satin crystals. I'll try to hold it up to the camera in just a second. I guess I should have done that with the other page. Did I hold it up to the camera on the other page? Well, hang on just a minute. I'll do it. Let's get this part done, and then I'll bring it closer to you. Okay. And I also want to add 2 of these little snowflake stickers. And we're going to be gentle pulling them off. I don't know why, but I wanted to do 2 on here. I just think they're so cute. And they're a pretty color too. Wait a minute. I think I just now realized there's 2 different sizes of these snowflakes. Okay, alright. So I'm going to put one up here. The smaller one's going up there. And then I'm going to grab one of these larger ones. I did not even realize, just then I did, that there were 2 sizes. Okay, so now I'm going to take this larger one, I'm going to come over here on this side. That makes more sense. It just, proportions wasn't working all of a sudden. So here is what we got on that, right? So easy. And then there's the flip up page, no big deal. And then here is that, and there's that one. And then there's that cute little decoration. And that's it, where we are. Okay. I don't know if I showed you already a close-up, but there you have it. Alright, so let's do the tags for the pockets. I know one of them is, again, from this piece here, from the covers. We are going to take this tag traceable insert here, and I want to get this 25. So I'm going to lay this on here like that. So Christmas is coming really soon, you guys. I am not even close to being ready. Not even. My husband and I went shopping yesterday to a very popular mall around us, and, well, a couple stores. We went to a what's it called? Bed Bath & Beyond first. It's kind of like a home store. And we grabbed lots of Christmas presents there, and then we went to a popular mall around us, and when we came out, someone had stolen our packages out of our vehicle. That was pretty stinky. That was it was like, what? Why would someone do that? You just stole somebody's Christmas presents. Everything they got, well, not everything. There was a few things that were things we needed for the house, but very small things, like hangers. I mean, come on. But anyway, they stole my son's Christmas presents. There was a Christmas present for my mom. Anyway, it was just very, very annoying. Let's see. I was going to try to make this wonderful, the tag. Well, it was more than annoying. It was upsetting. It just really totally I don't know. I just don't understand that, why people do that. So I'm going to take this insert number 3 And I'm going to trace that out. So this is actually a shipping tag size. If you had shipping tags, you could use your shipping tag instead. I'm going to trace that. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't mark the center. Well, of course. Oh, I did pretty good. I need to mark my center. Anyway, it just really, really bummed us out. And then, well, I can't really say anything else, but it's like, I don't know. You just want to ask the people that do stuff like that, like, why did you do that? Why would you take some, I mean, they were for my kids. Why would you take my kids' Christmas presents? Anyways, so it kind of made me sad. But then, you know, I was talking to my husband, and it's like, you know, it's like, worse things could happen, I guess. And things could always be a lot worse. And, you know, we're very fortunate. There's a lot of people out there that aren't very fortunate. We're very fortunate. We have each other. We have our kids. You know, we have our families. We have, you know, a home. We got food to eat, clothes on our back, all of that. So it just made me sad all the same that somebody took my kids' Christmas presents. And then, you know, we were thinking about it too. We were like, well, what if that was somebody's, what if that was, they saved up all their money and they spent all their money on those Christmas presents and you just stole everything that they worked hard for to buy for their children or for their family for Christmas. It's just, I don't know. It just made me sad. Made me sad. So, anyway, enough of that. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and use this, I think. What's on the back side? Yep, I'm going to put a green hole reinforcement on there. I'm going to poke the hole. Okay, I'm going to ink both of these up, and then I'll be right back. Okay, I got both of these inked up on both sides, and then this one I put just the natural baker's twine on there, and this one I put the pink and white. So those two are done right there. And then we're going to do a little bit of embellishing right here. And we're going to use, these are from the ephemera pack. There's a little hat that says Joy, Love, Peace, Believe, Christmas. And then there's these cute little deer. I think they're deer. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of have the hat on top of the two deer. And they're going to go like right there, right? So I'm going to take my scissors and I'm going to snip. I'm going to try to get my camera to focus. I think I need to, can you put that, I think you can put cameras in the shop, can't you? That's what I need to do for mine. I need to put it in the shop. I feel like my camera is needing some, like a tune-up or something, if that makes any sense. I'm going to come down on this side here too, and I'm just going to go in just a little bit because what I want to do is I'm going to take this hat here and I kind of want it to be on their heads, kind of wedged down in there like that. So it looks like that. Can you guys see? Isn't that cute? Alright, so I'm going to, before I attach them together, I'm going to ink them both up real quick. I'm going to go ahead and get that ear. Just a little bit. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put glue right there on that other ear so it can attach to the back of the hat there. So there'll be glue there and maybe a little bit there. So we're going to wiggle it on like this. Oh, that is so cute. Oops. Let's scoot it over this way. Aww. Look it. Okay, and so then we're going to just stick that there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to attach it at the top and the bottom so that something could be tucked behind it a little bit. But Isn't that precious? That's how it looks like that. Isn't that cute? So if you wanted to, here's something, here's a tag. You can make a tag to stick in there to tuck behind. I just think it's adorable, right? So that was super simple. Alrighty, let's move on. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and finish this back page up right here and then end the video, and then we'll do the other half of the book in another video. That way the video's not forever long. Okay, so back here we're gonna use another journaling card, and we're gonna use this one. This one it just says 25, and we're gonna use it as a pocket. So we're gonna attach it down on these two sides and the bottom and use it as a top loading pocket. So I'm going to go ahead and ink this up. Just the one side. And I think we're going to just use some washi tape to hold it down. Where's my washi? I'm going to get the pink and white stripe again. I'm going to have to get some more washi out. So if you actually got one of these kits, you might want to go ahead and buy some just regular pink and white washi, because there was not enough. I did not add enough to the kit. But that's just kind of part of it, isn't it? You never know, you just have to guess. Alright, I'm going to get another piece of the pink and white washi. And then we'll stick it on this side, like that. Let me show you guys how I did this. When I made these cards, I just lined it up on there like that, onto the acetate. And I just went round, 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 round. Right? So I just kept doing this for each one of the washies. And for every class except the art journal class. So I had a ton of students in each class, so it was a lot of washi winding. Washi winding. Okay, so then in the ephemera, oh wait a minute, I still need to add some stuff to the washi there. The ephemera, there's a couple little hearts. There might be more than just a couple, but there's one right there, but then there's another one, I think. There it is. It's shiny. So I'm going to take those two, and I'm going to use the snowflake stickers again. I'm going to use these smaller ones, these little goldish ones. And I'm going to put one over here like that. Whoops. Just for some decoration. And then one on the other side. For some decoration. Alright, so then I'm going to take these here. I think first I'm going to ink them up just a little bit. I'm not sure the foil one will show, but I'm going to try. Whoa. So I'm going to try. Alright, so first thing I'm going to start off with is I'm going to put some art glitter glue just on that bottom of that little heart there, just in the very, very bottom, just in the very tip, and I'm going to stick this down here, like that, and I'm going to hold it, and then on this heart, this other heart, I'm going to put it on the top of the heart. And I'm going to stick this like this, I think. Like that. So I'll show you why in just a second. So we're going to make some tags, but they're going to go in the top like this. And those little hearts are going to stop it from falling out. So that's what those are for. So I'm going to use this tag again, and I'm going to use what am I going to use? I'm going to find it. But yeah, I want to use this little guy here. So I'm just going to lay this on here. Yep. You can put it right here in the bottom corner, just like that. And there's that guy. So there's one. We get right, cut that out. What's the other one? You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and cut it out. Okay, and then I'm gonna use a green hole reinforcement right there. Punch the hole, flip it over, and use the brown. This would be a good place to mat it because it's kind of weird. What's back there just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So there's one, and then the other one is a shipping tag. I'm going to go ahead and remove this. It's either a shipping tag or you can trace the tag. I know I keep repeating that, but I just want you guys to know that you could do that. Alright, and then on this one, I think we're going to use the top part of this. Well, I'm going to cover the whole tag, I think, with that. So again, my art glitter glue. Let's see. I want the side where the roses are, so I'm just going to stick it on that side. Just like that. Cut that out. And we'll punch the hole for just in cases. And then I'm going to use some of this striped stuff. This here. I think I'm going to put some on this side and some on the other side. So I think I'm just going to cut a piece off here. And I'm going to tear this end like that. I'm going to tear this end like this. I'm going to go ahead and ink both sides. And then I think I'm just going to cut it in half. So I'm going to put 1/2 on one side and 1/2 on the other. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, put some glue here. These tags are so easy to use, you guys. They're so easy. I mean, depending on where you get them, sometimes you can get them at like an office supply store, like a Staples or an Office Depot or one of those types. You can get these types, this vanilla, whatever you want to call it. And sometimes you can't. So like right now, currently right now, my Staples doesn't have these types of tags. So, they're the ones they have are white, which are fine too. There's nothing wrong with that. You can actually, the whites are cool because you can color the whites anything you want with your inks and sprays and whatnot. So, yeah. And let me punch a hole again. Alright, I'm going to put green on both sides. So I'm going to ink both of these up. And then I'll be right back. Okay, so I inked them both up, both sides. And then this one I put the string that was in the shipping tag, put that back in, just half of it. And this one I used the pink and white baker's twine. So these go here. Just like that. So because I put that on that side, so on this, when you've got the page open on this side, you won't see the shipping tag. You'll see that pretty pink and white stripe. So what we're going to do, we're going to start with this page right here, this little short page, and we're going to use one of these little I guess I need to show you, just in case you didn't watch the video before, which I actually encourage you to watch the video before this one, so you know what we're doing. I will link this exact video that I'm talking about, the one where we're embellishing and doing the tags of the pages, just in case you want to go watch that first. But these Instat faux photos are on page 22, and there is also a traceable template for the inside of that, so you could trace your photos. You could stick this on one of your photos and trace it out, cut it out, and then it looks like a real Instat photo, like a real old vintage one. So we're going to start with one of those, and we're going to stick that right there. And I'm going to go ahead and glue that down. This is using art glitter glue. It feels weird repeating myself so fast. But I want to make sure that you get all the information you need. Okay, so I'm going to stick that down there like that. And then, let's see, what else do I want to do? I am going to trace something on here. So I'm going to look for a scrap of something. Now we're starting to accumulate some scraps. Something that I might think would look cute in there. Here we go. This says Christmas down here, so I'm going to try to center this over top of that word. So I'm just going to lay that down and trace around it. Like that. And then I'm just going to cut this out. I meant to tell you guys, these scissors here, I get asked about these scissors all the time. I finally found this exact pair of scissors, and I did put it in my Amazon list that's specifically for the Santa Baby album. So down below I'll link it. It's an Amazon list, and then when you get to that influencer page is what it's called, then look for the Santa Baby list, and these exact scissors are there. I think they're actually fabric scissors, but I found them in my stuff, you know, a while back, and I started using them for paper. So what else? I don't really use a lot of fabric. Like, I don't sew clothes and stuff like that, so I didn't feel bad. I just needed another pair of scissors, so I grabbed them, and voila. This is the ink I'm using, Distress Oxide and Walnut Stain. And that reminds me too about that Amazon list. Everything that I use in this video, like this glue, that ink, it will be listed there. So if you missed it in the video, you could go check it out and see what was it that I used, the paper trimmer, all of that stuff. So throughout this whole mini album, I've went through and I've added everything that I can find that we use in that list, just for convenience for you guys. You don't have to buy it from there. It would be an affiliate link, so I would get a small portion of your purchase, but again, you do not have to buy it from there if you just want to check it out. But if you do buy it, thank you very much. Every little bit helps when you use an affiliate link. I mean, it's not much, and it doesn't cost you extra. It does help keep my channel going, you know. So if you do buy through Amazon, thank you so much. Or any of the affiliate links that I provide down below. They're not all affiliates, but some of them are. And when you purchase through them, every little bit helps. And I am very grateful. But I just want to let you guys know that. Okay, so now I want to add some washi before I get too far in here. This is the Santa Baby washi. So I'm just going to grab a piece. Let's see if I can get a whole heart there. And I'm just going to, ooh, that's too much. Doesn't that kind of look like too much? I wanted to get 2 hearts on there. Let's see. That's probably still too much, but I'm going to stick it down there anyway. Put a piece there, put a piece here. Put the scrap back on my little tag there. Okay, and then once again, I think I'm going to add a flower. I'm going to do the same thing I did before, except I think I'm going to use a light flower. in the last video, if you watched the last video, you'll know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to cut the center off. Sometimes you can tear them off, sometimes you can't. And I'm going to, no, I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use my fabric. I'm going to use my AGG Art Glitter Glue. And I'm going to attach that down right there. Being careful not to go over past into the binding there. And then I'm going to get, I'll say it in crystals. And once again, I'm going to use one of these little small pink ones. Or medium pink ones. I'm going to put a little dab of glue in the middle. Grab one of these little pink ones. Stick that in the center. So cute. Then I'm going to add another one there, and then this piece here that we just cut off the flower, I'm going to add that down there as well. So let me grab one of these white ones. Oh. Where's my tweezers? You would think fingernails would be helpful, but they're really not. There we go. So we're just embellishing ever so slightly. And then we're going to add one of these pretty little snowflakes. So this is just such, it's so pretty, but it's such a simple little bit of embellishing, but it's just so pretty. Or at least I think it's pretty. I'm going to stick this up here like so. So again, you could put a photo there instead of that piece of patterned paper, or both, whatever you want to do. Okay, so then let's do the little tags that go here. I think I might try to use, so we printed these off because these had the tags for the envelopes on them. Oh no, wrong one. Where's the right one? Wrong ones. We did print those off. Those do have the tags for the envelopes. This, we printed these off because these were the inserts for these inserts right here. These inserts. These tag pocket inserts. So this was actually here, right there. So this is page 15 out of the templates. And I printed off the coffee stained background on one side. Right, and then I flipped it over and I printed off the shades of color number 25 on the other. Again, that is a video or two back. It's 2 videos back. That's the tag pocket insert video. That's also in that list that I have linked down below, that playlist. So all of that is explained in that playlist. So anyway, so we got all these things left over. So I'm going to, I think I'm going to use this as the insert there. And I'm just going to cut it out. I think I'm going to use the green side facing up. Just because we've got them, might as well go ahead and use them in spots. I didn't use one of these in the first half. I wish I would have. So I'm going to have to go back and add some random bits and pieces, I think. So I'm just going to carefully cut this out, right? You know how carefully I cut things out. Move both of those out of the way. Then I'm going to take the traceable template that I had in my workbook there. I'm just going to lay it on top. Whoops. Let's lay it on top the right way. Lay it on top. I'm going to mark the center like that. And then on this side, I'm going to put a green hole reinforcement, which is just an Avery paper hole reinforcement that I use my Distress inks to color. Again, all that information is in the playlist. Also, it's in the Amazon list. You can see what colors I used and everything. So this can be one of the tags that's going to go there. Oh, yes. Oh, I love it. Okay, so then the next thing is we're going to do another tag, and it's going to be one of the shipping tags. And again, just like the previous video, if you don't have the shipping tags, on page 15 is the exact template if you just wanted to trace it out yourself, the exact template is there. If you didn't have the shipping tag. So you can just trace that onto whatever paper you want and voila. But I do have these shipping tags, and what am I looking for? I'm looking for my scraps again. Oh, here, this scrap. This was from where we, I think, wow, we've used this one a lot. This was the cover page. We used, there was a piece down here we cut, and there was a piece up here we cut. Anyway, we've used the heck out of this paper. So this is, we're going to put this right there. It says Pretty Little Christmas, and I'm hoping that I get it on there just right. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and trim just a little bit off of this edge to see if I can get it on there just right. Maybe just a hair more. So I'm going to cover this whole tag with this. So I'm just going to take my AGG glue, add some to the shipping tag, and then add this paper right down there. Just like that. So never throw away your scraps. It can be used for all kinds of stuff. Alright, now I'm going to trim this out. Yeah, I did good. Okay. And I'm going to poke a hole here. Did I do it upside down? No. That's going to go in there like that. Perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to put hole reinforcement on here. I'm going to use a green one on this side. I probably should have used a brown one, but oh well. Alright, I'm going to ink these up, and then I will be right back. I'm going to ink this up front and back, and this up front and back, and then I'll be right back. Okay, I got them both inked up front and back, and then this one I put the pink and white baker's twine, which looks like this. Super pretty. It's so cute, so soft. Pink and white on there, and then I just used the shipping tag string. I cut it in half and put that back on there for that. Or you could use natural baker's twine or thicker crochet thread, whatever floats your boat. Okay, so then next we're just going to do something real simple right here. I'm going to get into the bag of embellishments. Where's that package at? Because I didn't open it in this video. This is what that looks like. It's the Holiday Bliss ephemera. There is a bunch of acetate ones, and then there's a bunch of die cut paper ones. So we're just literally, we're going to ink him up, and we're going to stick him on there and kind of leave him as a tuck so you can put some stuff behind him if you want to. But because of this, in my opinion, because of this coffee stained glassine bag, even the simplest little embellishment just, I think, looks fantastic. I think it's just beautiful. So you don't have to go all out with your embellishing, in my opinion, when you're using this template. So I'm just going to put glue on top and bottom, and I'm just going to stick him on there. He's so cute, that little Santa. And then that way, if you want, you can make a tag that'll go in there, or make several tags that you can put pictures, or you can talk about what's happened in the situation, or what happened in Christmas, or what have you. So there, that's just as simple as that. And then on the back side here, I'm referring to my original. We're going to use another journal card. Now I got to figure out where I put them. Here they are. Well, here's one. So this is one of the 4x6 journaling cards from the collection. It's kind of hard to see. Let it snow since it's so soft. And I'm going to ink both sides of this up. And we are going to use it as a flip. Just like that. And then I'm just going to take it and I'm going to put some washi tape on one side. So this is the, I'm going to use the pink and white washi tape. I'm going to go ahead and get a large enough piece for both sides here. So I'm going to stick this on here. I think I'm going to go a bit of an angle. And then I'm going to just apply a piece of washi tape right there. Okay. And then I'm going to flip this over. I'm going to take some of the white glue, and I'm just going to kind of run it underneath there where the washi tape meets the glassine bag slash journaling card. I'm going to go ahead and add the other piece of washi tape on that side. And we're going to secure that down. Just like that. Alright. And I think I'm going to add a little snowflake to this guy. I think I'm going to take one of these bigger ones. Maybe. Bigger. We'll see. Let's see what it looks like. These little snowflake stickers. I didn't think I was going to like these as much as I do, to be honest. I don't know why. I just didn't think I was going to like them. Okay, we're just going to apply that there just for a little something something, right? So now you got a really easy little flip out. You can put pictures here. You can write on here. You can put the dates. You can write on here. You can put a picture, dates, whatever. Same here. You can put all pictures. You can put all writing. Whatever you want to do. Just gives you that extra bit of space. Okay, so let's go on to this piece. And again, we're going to start with one of these. This is the Instat photo. We're going to go ahead and place this right here. I've already inked the white because I cut these out already, the whole thing. I'm actually going to not put glue on this side, which will be the left side, because I'm going to tuck something underneath there. So I kind of want to make sure I have it not glued down. I'm not going to tuck a picture or anything. I just want to tuck an embellishment under there. So I also want to get, in the ephemera, there's these little words. Well, there's one that says, here it is, Merry Little Christmas. So I kind of want to add this to it, and I want to get a flower. Just going to add a flower. This is also from the collection. And I'm going to add some washi. This is just so simple. This is the simplest embellished album I think I've ever done. It's just so simple. Alright, I'm just going to grab a little bit. I'm not going to be so picky about it this time. Put a piece on top. Put a piece on the bottom. I mean, because it's not really holding it down. It just looks really pretty. I'm going to grab one of these little snowflakes. I guess I'll get one of the big ones. I'll get it off of here. They're so delicate. But I want to stick this under here a little bit. I want it to be coming from behind there. So I'm going to put one of those there. And then I want to do this little Merry Little Christmas. Ink it up just a little. I'm going to attach it down just on one end, I think. Just on the end that says a Merry. I think I'm going to stick that right there. And then I'm going to put a little bit of glue, and I'm going to put a little green Say It in Crystals. There's two different types of green. I think I'll go with the sparkly green and not the matte green. And I'm going to stick that. I always put a dot of glue when I'm using these because they have a sticky back on them. I just don't think it works well, depending on the situation. Okay, so we got that. Then I want to glue my flower down. I think I'm going to glue it down right there. Oh. So you guys are going to have to let me know what you think about how fast and easy this album is to make. I don't think a lot of you believed me when I said you guys are going to be so shocked at how easy and quick this album will go together. So get yourself a paper collection and maybe some ephemera pieces, and you can make this album in any style you want pretty quick. A lot of you have stuff like this at home, like the washi, and you have flat back crystal type sticker type things. You have flowers. You know, you have a lot of this stuff at home. You can just go to town and make all kinds of different little mini albums using this exact same idea. Okay, so next up we're going to do some tags, and I thought I'd already grabbed these tags this time. Okay, let me find out what I done with the paper. We're getting closer. Oh, here we go. I think, yes. So I've got it marked because I was like, I need to make sure that I pay more attention. All right, so we're going to use, this is another, just a full sheet from the paper collection, and I'm going to take my traceable template. This is page 15, and I'm going to lay that on here, and I'm going to trace it out. Uh-oh. I grabbed the pencil that doesn't have any lead in it. I need to put some lead in it because these, my purple pencils that have my name on them, they are mechanical pencils and they are refillable. So they take, it says 0.7 millimeter pencil lead. So you know, don't throw them away. And the eraser is even replaceable, so you can replace the eraser as well. Yeah, I made sure that when I picked these pencils out that they were what I wanted them to be. I didn't want them to be disposable pencils, you know, like number 2 pencils or something. A one-time use type deal. That's no fun. Okay, I didn't trim that out very well, but that's okay. And then I'm going to put a green hole reinforcement on here on one side. Whoops. It's not even. In the center. Also, as a reminder, we did this. We measured this hole in the last video because the hole reinforcements do not come already on these templates. So I just wanted to remind you guys of that. Alright, let's put a brown one. No, let's put a green one on the back. Like that. We'll ink that in just a second. Let's get the other tag ready. Alright, once again I'm going to use a shipping tag. And I'm going to take this off. And once again, if you don't have shipping tags, the tag is actually on page 15 itself. If you wanted the look of a shipping tag, you can trace it out onto manila or cream colored manila. I guess a manila file folder would work. Cream colored cardstock. And then you could color your hole reinforcements to match if you wanted it to look exactly like a shipping tag. But I have these shipping tags, so I'm going to find my scraps. I'm going to dig in my scraps once some more. Okay, so I want this. As a matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do? I think I am going to lay this down on here. No, I'm not. I'm going to cut a straight line here, and we'll just go from there. Just go all the way down to the end. So I'm going to flip this over. So we're going to be sticking this, oh, that's cute. We're going to be sticking this tag right there. So I'm going to take my art glitter glue and I'm going to attach it down. Go around that hole. We're going to attach this down here. Well, we're going to touch down straight. Okay. All right, so now I'm going to trim this out. Whoops. I did not trim that out very well. Trim this out. I'm gonna poke that hole there. Whoops. And then I'm put a green hole reinforcement on this side. Right? So then that one will go right there. Alright, so I'm going to ink both of these up. And I'll be right back. Okay, so I've got them inked up on both sides. And then I put the string for the shipping tag back in there. And then this is the pink and white baker's twine. So then those go into this little pocket here. So it looks like that. Isn't that cute? So cute, so easy and so simple, but so cute. It's so cute. Did I bring this one up close to you? I think I did, but okay. See how fast we're just whipping right through. Okay, so then the cute little embellishment right here is, again, in these embellishment ephemera pieces, there are a whole bunch of stuff. So I picked out 3 die cuts. A little gingerbread house, a little cup of cocoa, and a little cupcake. And I'm just going to layer these on top of each other, just along that little side there. And I think what I'll do, I'm going to ink them up first. I don't know. I think I want to leave them as a tuck. So what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to just put glue on one side. And then we'll come back and like attach them together. So I'm going to just put glue on the left hand side there. Let me put the lid on there. So I'm going to start this little guy down here at the bottom. Somewhere about right there. Then I'm going to do the cocoa cup. Just going to put a little bit of glue there. Let's put him here. Like that. And then the little cupcake, again, just glue on one side. Oh, let's put some glue on top of him. I should have put glue on bottom of him too. It's okay. And then this, I'm just kind of like going cattywamped. Each one's going a little bit different way. Like that. Okay, so I'm going to attach the gingerbread house to the cup, and I'm going to attach the cup to the cupcake. So just as simple as that. And then if you want, you can make a tag to go in there. Maybe not the large one, but you could use the small one. You can make a couple little tags to go in there, which we might eventually do. I don't know. We'll see. Whoa. And that's all. That's it. Just that simple little adding of those 3 little things. Just adorable. Okay, so then we've got the back side of this. And we are going to use another 4x6 journaling card. And then we also got in our ephemera pieces here, we've got these little gloves. I'm just going to use those. And I think that might be it on the... I think. Isn't that cute? I don't think I used that, but isn't it cute? Okay. Yeah, we're going to use these 2 little gloves. So we're going to ink this journaling card up. So this was just one of the 4x6 journaling cards. I'm going to make a little pocket here. Just like that, I think. And we're going to attach it down with washi. So I'm going to grab my washi once again. Get a couple pieces. I'm just going to rip it in half here. So I'm going to go on one side. I'm going to angle her just a little bit. Like that. And then I'm going to go on the other side. Over there. So basically just attaching it down. You could put glue on it if you want to really keep it in place. And then I'm going to go ahead and attach these two gloves together, like kind of like this. Because I want to make it like a little stopper at the bottom there. So I'm just going to put a little dab of glue there. Like that. And then I want to put a little dab of glue on the bottom. Maybe a little one there. So I'm going to stick this right here. But I think I'm going to attach it to the card just a little bit. Not all the way down, because you could still like tuck something. Let me show you. You could still like take one of these tags. Well, I say that. You could just, you know, have one that would go right there. That would be super cute too. So just leave yourself different opportunities to put little tucks and tags and things. And I'm going to grab the snowflakes once again. And I'm going to get one of these goldish champagne gold looking ones. And I'm going to add one here. Look, he kind of looks like a little Frosty the Snowman, doesn't he? And I'm going to get one more. He's a happy little snowman. Oh, I ripped off one of the snowflakes. Shoot, I'm using it anyway. Put one down here. Maybe I could get that other part off and we can like piece it together. Oh. Well, maybe not. I did the best I could. You guys take your time when you're taking those little snowflakes off. They're so delicate. They're so delicate. Okay. Okay, so then we're going to have two tags that go in here on that part. Let me bring this up to you and show you what it looks like. So cute. Right? Simple, cute. Love it. So anyway, we're going to have two tags that go there. So I'm going to be using this paper again. I'm going to do this part right here. So I'm going to take my traceable template, and how much of him can I get on there? What if, I'm trying to get him in the center. I'm going to put it right there. And I'm going to trace it out. Trace that hole there. Right? I did pretty good. It's not spot on, but it's okay. Not too bad. Okay. And then I think I'm going to do a green hole reinforcement on there. I haven't used very many browns, has I? Let's use one on a brown on the back side. Just like that. So then in a second I'll ink this up. So that's going to go in there. Super cute. And then I'm going to grab another shipping tag. And I think I'm going to keep this one super simple. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this string in half like that. And this tag here is in the ephemera, and I think I'm going to poke a hole and I'm just going to put them together. Oops, that's got off center, but okay, well wait a minute. let me put a hole reinforcement on here in the center, and then we'll poke a hole. I'm not sure what I was thinking there. And we're not going to put anything on the back side because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it like this. Oh, but it might still, you know what, let's just go ahead and ink it. Just in case. I want it to be movable, but I don't want it to be removable. Okay, so let's go ahead and ink this too. Front and back. Then I'm going to stick that on there, and then I'm going to attach them together with half of that original string there. Right, and do that little silly knot. I don't know what the name of it is. I'm going to put a little bit of ink on there, and then I'm going to put a tiny little dab of glue where they overlap, right there, where the strings overlap, just to keep it from coming apart. Because again, I want it to be movable, but not removable. Right, and I'm going to leave it just like that. So that's going to be the insert for that. Let me go ahead and ink this front and back, and then I'll be right back. Okay, so I've got them both inked up, and this one's got the string, and this one's got the pink and white Baker's Twine. So these are going to go, let's see, he could go right there like that. This one can go right there like that. So cute, right? Simple, easy. All right, and so on this side here, I'm going to decorate this little part here, just like we did in the front. There's a little Santa there. I'm going to put this little reindeer here. Just simple, simple, simple. I'm going to go ahead, ink it up just a hair. Just a hair. And I'm going to use Fabri-Tac this time. Fabri-Tac by Beacon. Because I am going to be going onto the seam binding there. So I just want to make sure that it adheres nicely. So I'm just going to stick this little guy, I'm going to stick him under the bow there just a hair. And I'm just going to stick him right there. So cute. Just so simple and so cute, you guys. I can't even. It's so cute. Okay. We're going to let that dry. And then one more shipping tag. We are going to take that off. I'm going to go ahead and snip that in half. Take the little bendy loop off of there. We're going to take some of the pink and white stripy stuff. Wait a minute, I've got, at least I thought I had. Yeah, a smaller piece. Could just go like this. I'm just going to tear one edge, because it kind of, that's what we've been doing the whole time. I'm going to ink that edge. And I'm also going to add the word, there's a jolly, so here it is. I'm also going to add this to it. So I'm going to ink just this jolly, and it's in the ephemera pack, the die cut ephemera. So first thing I'm going to do is put some glue onto the shipping tag, like that. I'm going to lay this on here. Oops, better lay it where I ripped it. Like that, that'd be fine. And then I'm going to attach the jolly on here as well. And I think this is going to go right here. Like that. That is cute. Alright, let me flip this over. Whoa. Yes. I'm going to go ahead and poke through there. Poke my hole. I don't know. Should we put a hole reinforcement on there or should we just leave it be? Let's go ahead. Let's put a brown one. Okay, so there's one. I'll come back. Now let's just go ahead and ink it. Because I want you to see what it looks like. It's so cute. And we're just going to leave it back alone. And then I'm going to string it back again with the original. The original there. Give that a little bit of vintaging up there, right? Isn't that cute? Doesn't that make the cutest little tag? And so easy, just using a scrap and a little die cut. And so that's gonna go there. We need another card. We also need another tag to go in this pocket. So I'm going to use this piece once again, and I'm going to use this area right here because I like that. I like this little space up here. Just going to line the traceable template from page 15 on here. Trace it out. And don't forget, you guys, that this, what you see me use, actually has the mat for it. So this is the actual template I keep referring to, page 15, but the mat for that is what's on top, and that's on page 16M. So if you wanted to mat some of these, you totally could, because the mats are provided. All right, go ahead and trim this out. And also, I don't know if you guys have noticed, there's not a whole lot of, we're not using as many full-size pattern paper pages as well. Do you know what I mean? We've only used a handful, and that's unusual. Usually we have to have a whole lot more than just a handful. All right, I'm going to ink this up and be right back. Alright, I got that one inked up, and also have the pink white baker's twine on there. So that the twine, did I ink this up? Doesn't look like I got this side. Well, anyway. Alright, so that goes in that pocket right there. But I feel like we need another card. So let me find some pages that I've cut up already. So we've got 3 journaling cards right here. Like 3x4 cards. So let's just go ahead and trim these apart. So I think I'm going to use one of these cards. I just got to figure out which one. Bright, Holly, Jolly. Oh, that's not Jolly. How about Bright? Bright, Jolly, Christmas. Maybe I should do all 3 in there. All right, I'm going to ink these 2 up. Right, you can have these journaling cards in here, or you can just have one. Bright Christmas. I kind of want those cute tags sitting in front here. Right? That's cute. Okay, so I think the last thing I'm going to do in this album is we've got these pages left over from before. So this is page 15, and it's got the coffee stain on one side, and then I printed the shades of color on the other. That's explained in previous videos in this playlist, so you can just go back a few and you can see all of that. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and cut all this out, and I'll be right back, and then we'll just tuck them here and there. I just think that'd be cute. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, so I got those 2 sheets cut out. These 2 things here are pockets that are meant to go on these little smaller tags, but we're not going to use those, I don't think, in this album, because I had an idea, so I'm going to set those aside. There are 4 of these little smaller tags that were on those 2 sheets, and then there are 2 of those shipping tag sizes, and then there was one of those, because we already used one of those somewhere else. So I was thinking about, remember how we left these little spots here for a little tag, for little tucks? I was thinking about putting them there on each one, since there's 4 and there's 4 of those little tucks. So what we're going to do is we're going to mark, well, we're going to put a hole reinforcement on one of them. We don't even have to mark it. We're just going to put a hole reinforcement on there, and we're going to line them all up, and we're going to punch through them all. I think I can go through 4. Well, alrighty. Well, that hasn't happened in a really long time. My card actually got full. That hasn't happened in a super long time. Anyways, alrighty. So I caught it before I realized that it was recording. It wasn't recording anything, so that was good. I just stacked them all up together, and I'm going to punch through all 4. Woo! Maybe not do all 4 at one time, you guys. It might be easier just to do a couple at a time, because that hurt my hand. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and add some hole reinforcements, some brown ones to this side, and to this one. So if you happen to have yourself a Made-A-Con kit, these were not included, so you'll have to make sure that you get them from the template themselves. But these would be perfect for these little tuck spots. And you could, if you want to, you could use the little pockets that go on these little small tags. I'm just not going to today. So I think what I'll do, now I'm going to take that pink and white baker's twine, and I'm going to put some on each one of these tags. This would be a perfect place for a little picture or some information on what has been going on. That might be a little too long. Right? So cute. Okay, I'm going to do all of them, and then I'll be right back. Uh-oh. I just put a knot in that one. Okay, so I got them all together, so I'm just going to go through and tuck one into each one of these. I've got these way too long. And each one of these, back of these little pockets here, I just think that's so cute. It's like an unexpected little, hey, you know, little surprise. Okay, so now I think I'm going to make these, maybe I'll make a few more of these tags. Kind of want, I might not use this one, but I kind of want there to be a tag. Yeah. I'm going to put 2 more tags, I think, in those back pockets. So I've got these 2. And then I've got some scraps here. What if I just use these? These are large cutoff pieces. So what if I just use this as a height thing? And we can make them that height. And make these into some cute little tags. Like that. Oh, what's that? I don't know what that is. Yeah. Oh, they might be too long, because I forgot. I did glue the bottom there. Oh. Well, let's shorten this puppy up then. Let's go ahead and shorten this one up. Alright, I'm going to put some hole reinforcements on these two and ink them up. And then I'll be back. Okay, so I got both of these tags that I made with the large cutoff pieces. I got those made in 2 tags, and I put the pink and white baker's twine. And then on these, I put the shipping tag twine on there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one of each one of these in the very back. So it's all the way in the back. It's on the back cover and the front cover. Remember how we left that little bit of a pocket there? So we're just going to do a little bit where it's like a whole bunch of tags. I just think it's so cute. I love tags, and this book is full of tags. So we're going to put 2 back there, and then we're going to put 2 up front. Right behind that initial glassine bag there. The printable glassine bag. So that is it, you guys. We are going to call this album done. So I told you guys this was going to be a fast, quick, easy mini album. And I hope you guys liked it. And I hope you agree that it was fast and quick and easy. I tell you what, this has to be one of my most favorite. I know. I say that all the time. I know. But look how cute, and it was so quick and so easy, but it still looks so good. Well, at least in my opinion, I think it looks fantastic. You guys are going to have to let me know what you think down in the comments. But I did want to remind you guys that next up we're going to be working on the Wanderlust Small. This is the small printable traveler's notebook hybrid type template. This was the template that came out right before this one. So we're going to switch gears from this one. I wanted to go ahead and get this out and do this album because it's almost Christmas. So then now we're going to go back to the Wanderlust, and we're going to do the small one with the Flirty Fleur Prima paper collection. Then we're going to do, I'm just letting you know what the plan is. Then we're going to be doing the large one, and this is the Misty Rose Prima collection. So anywho, I think it turned out really nice. It's really pretty, really easy, lots of space for pictures and journaling. Anyway, you guys are going to have to let me know what you think. And don't forget, if you're interested in the templates, or if you're interested in the shades of color or the build embellishments or any of that jazz, it'll be down there in the description box or the show more section. And there will be links to the playlist if you want to start from the beginning of this mini album and work your way to a full, beautiful little mini album. There is a playlist linked down below. And there's also products linked down below. Any and all products that I use that I can find, I link them down below on my Amazon list most of the time. Sometimes in other spots, it just depends. But I do the best I can. So if you like this video, do give me a thumbs up. Let me know what you think. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel if you have not already. You can hit this little circle if you have not subscribed to my channel. And also hit that bell notification so that you can be notified every time I upload a video. So I will see you guys next time. Bye.